Good evening, guys. How is everyone? Starting a bit late. I just thought I'd do a Timmy. Starting a bit late tonight. Hopefully, Alex is going to join us later. I'm not sure what's happening. Timmy's not very well. He's got flu, guys. So Alex decided to get a stream and give you some little bit of a content. Let's get going. I haven't had a stream for a couple of days, have we? So thought we'd do something tonight. Hope everyone's well. No, I ain't gone. I'm not gone mad. There is a method in the madness, Alex. As you can see by the what he put out is the 65th anniversary of James Bond. So I just thought I'd quickly put on the old bow tie. That's about it. I haven't got a tux. Well, I have got a tux, but that's tucked away in the wardrobe. So anyway, guys, how is everyone? It's been a long time. It's good to see you all in the chat. Let's have a quick look. Let's go back up. Just bear with me. So we have Matt was the first, Dave F45 Wyden, JMB in the chat. Good evening, guys. JMB still there. Kaloy, Scott Wexland. Good to see you, Scott. You're not working too hard, my friend. Kevin Allfall. Kevin, good evening. Good evening. Hello, TWA. Mr. G. Good evening, Mr. G. Good to see you. Yeah, so sorry we're late, guys, but I don't know what's happened to Alex. I was hoping that he'd be here and ready, but nothing yet. I've got nothing open, guys. We've got no tabs. What I will tell you is that tonight's Pinot Noir Sunday has been postponed till next week. So sorry if you're disappointed, but because of Timmy not feeling too good, it was decided. Well, sorry, it wasn't decided by it. It was just a quick stream. Just thought we'd give you a quick stream for a couple of hours or so. I can't stay that much longer because I've got to be up at 4 o'clock this morning and take your wife to the airport. She's off for a few days to Santorini. So, but we just, guys, we just thought we'd just hop on and give you something. I hope everyone's well. It's been a long time for me anyway to start a stream. It's been a few months. So I was hoping, Red Shovel would join us tonight. I don't know. I think Mike Lewis might hop on. I'm not quite sure what the time is now. It's is it 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon in the US? I think it's a bit earlier where Mike is, but I think Timmy flies home tomorrow. So good to see him back on the stream. But I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. He's flying home tomorrow, but whether he'll get back to streaming time or not, I'm not quite sure. Because as I say, he's not feeling very well. He thinks he's got flu, so he's taking it easy. So, guys, Canadian Watch Monkey, hello, boys. Good to see you in the chat, my friend, always, and obviously everyone else. So, as I say, the actual Pinot Noir Sunday stream has been deferred until next Sunday. I did have my own bottles of Pinot Noir ready, but I weren't going to open any, guys, because as I say, I'll be driving in the next few hours. So that's another Villa Maria Pinot Noir. So I was just going to have a cup of coffee because, as I say, I don't want to drink and drive. It's the last thing I want to do. So DG, wristwatch check. Okay, guys, have a little wristwatch check, guys. DG. So I am wearing tonight my GMT Master 2, the 116713LN, discontinued. Had these now, I think, for just over a year. What you guys wearing in the chat, the OG date. Let's have a look. James Bond would wear a G-Shock. I voted. Thank you. Yeah, guys, if you don't mind, if you give us the upvote, it would help enormously. Thank you so much, as I say. Let's have a look. Who else is in the chat? Versace boys in the chat. Good evening, the Versace boy. TW, glad to see you on the stream. And he's there. Okay. Good to see you, Versace boy, as always, my friend. Good evening, Alex.
Good evening. Sorry I was late, but it was all last minute, as you know, Stephen. So thank you very much for stepping in. I didn't catch the beginning of the show. Do you want to just catch me up where we are? Or
yeah, sure. All I've said to the chat is that the actual Pinot Noir Sunday has been postponed till next Sunday. Timmy's not very well, so decided to postpone it. And just basically, Timmy's flying back tomorrow. He's not feeling very well. Whether he'll stream again tomorrow is yet to be seen. But Timmy, if you're watching this, hope you're feeling a little bit better, my friend. I know you've only just got the flu, but hopefully by the time you fly back tomorrow, you're feeling a little bit better. So, and that's basically
my audio. Fantastic.
Yep.
So I hope my audio is okay. Yes.
Yep.
Apologies, everybody. We have a change in our scheduled programming tonight. As Stephen said, it would have normally been sort of drinking on a Sunday. That doesn't mean we can't drink on a Sunday. We're not going to be drinking Pinot Noir tonight. But if you've already cracked open a bottle, let us know in the chat if you are and how you're enjoying it. The Pinot Noir session is going to be next week. But in place of that, the thumbnail should have given it away. It is International James Bond Day today. It's the 63rd James Bond Day, and it marks the day when Dr. No was released, premiered in 1962. And so what better than to talk about watches and James Bond and all things nice. And it's a casual Sunday as well. We don't have to, be too serious about it. It might be just a short stream, guys, just a touch base. As Stephen said, Tim's not feeling well. He's come down with the flu. When I saw him in Rome, he was looking run down the following day. So I think we saw the beginning of the flu, and I sort of feel a little bit. I felt a little bit gummed up, but I've gone past that point, so I didn't go full ill. Maybe that will come after tonight. So, hope that's going to be okay for you guys. And the link is the link in the.
I did put the link earlier, but I'll do it again, Alex. So just bear with me, guys. I'll drop the link. If anybody wants to join us, as we said in the past, just if you want to join us, if you don't want to be seen on the camera, just have your camera off. But obviously, just have your audio and just join us, guys. You're more than welcome. Please hop on. It would be nice to have a chat with a few of the guys in the chat already.
And we may have some people. Yeah, we're going to have some people dropping in hopefully at some point during the day. I think we only found out about this about an hour ago that Tim would be streaming, and we were scrabbling around to see. Let's keep our foot in, let's keep the oar in, and keep the ship sailing, as they say. So, Stephen, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while since.
It's been a long while. Yeah, it's been a few months now, mate. It's been a few months. But I was just saying, I can't stay too long. I've got to take the wife to the airport early in the morning. So I just thought.
Oh, where's she off to now again?
She's off to Santorini for a few days.
Oh, wow. Okay, good for her. Well, listen, given that you've got your shortened time, we don't have to go straight into the topic. We can just talk about what you want to talk about if you want. Happy to sort of follow your lead.
No, just as I say, you said because it's the 65th anniversary of James Bond. I just thought I'd put the dicky bow on and
I was going to say
make the effort. But it's good it's good to see you. It's been, as I say, as you said earlier, it's been a few months, so a little bit rusty, but I'm sure things will come back. So.
Well, I saw you being interviewed by Rishchik and what is that guy's name? Shovel Red? I don't know.
Yeah,
some whingy little
Flipper. I think it was Flipper.
Flipper. Like, so he's wearing Burberry or something like that. And I could see it from the glint in your eye. You missed it a little bit. You missed doing the streaming. Should we anticipate that you might be thinking about doing something?
You know what, Alex? You know, as I say, at the time, I just couldn't give it the time anymore. And I said that, you know, once things change back at home, because of my daughter was living with me again, and once things, I'd seriously think about it. But the thing with me, Alex, I just get so nervous, and I just, you know, I can't explain it. I just get so nervous before the stream and everything, and I just want things to go right. I don't want to let anybody down, you know. And I know people in the chat are really, really supportive and everything, and I really, really appreciate it. And but it doesn't help me stop getting nervous, you know. And that's the real thing that's sort of like in the back of my mind is just the nerves. I just can't control the nerves, and
Wow.
the thing is, Alex, it doesn't come, and the guys in the chat, it doesn't come natural to me. That's the trouble. It doesn't come natural to me. Knowing my way around a computer and presenting things, you know, as I said, and I've said it in the past, if it wasn't for people like Alex and Tim and Thomas Burnett spending a little bit of time, I know Alex actually spent a couple of hours or a few hours with me one day running through things. And if it wasn't for you guys, I would have been completely lost. But you know what? Never say never. And
which is the name of a James Bond film.
Watch this. Live and let live.
Never say never again.
Yeah. But watch this space. That's all I can say. Watch this space. Time to party. Right. Tim G, I'm unfortunately not, mate. Unfortunately not. We've had to postpone the actual Pinot Noir Sunday today because, as I don't know if you've heard, but Tim's not very well and didn't feel up to doing the stream. So Alex has kindly, got one up and running just to give you guys a little bit of content for a Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon back in if you're in the US. But so unfortunately, the Pinot Noir is suspended until next Sunday. But to be honest with you, Alex, I think it's helped a couple of people out. I think Sean's out at the moment celebrating his niece's 20th birthday.
Yeah.
So Sean wouldn't have been out of made it. And I know Sean loves participating in these Sundays. I haven't heard a little bit from Miami Manny, so I'm not quite sure whether he'll jump on later, as will Mike Lewis. But we'll we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no pressure. I think Sean said he might join later, but I think it really does depend on. I think the priority is celebrate that momentous occasion, and us sods can go hang and wait for another week for Sean to grace us with his presence. But everyone's sort of saying, TWA, if you are nervous, you do a good job of hiding it. So it's natural to feel nervous before you do it, but then once the adrenaline kicks in, it sort of like takes over a little bit. And it wouldn't be a Tim Wright show without some sort of fuck up. So you're in good company, my friend. Whether it's Daniel Katz dropping knives, cakes, and God knows what else on the floor for people to step in, or whether it's the occasional showing of genitalia on this live stream. It's we've seen it all on this.
Lisa J. Bradley is saying like the Bond bow tie. Thank you very much indeed. I just I say. Alex just mentioned the 65th anniversary, so I just went upstairs, grabbed the bow tie and put it on.
It's the 63rd, so 1962.
I beg your pardon. 63rd.
So it's not. We're not quite there yet, but any excuse. It seems to be an opportune time because there is some controversy about Amazon and James Bond. I didn't catch all of it, but apparently they've been mucking around with some of the original movies or the original movie artwork, or they're saying that they're not going to necessarily have the sort of things that make James Bond. And you got a bit of outcry saying this is woke culture gone mad. But I won't weigh in on the debate until I've read up about it. I haven't read the articles. I haven't seen the response videos, and we don't know whether how this will actually pan out. So I wasn't being cryptic in the title. This is the 63rd anniversary, happy 63rd birthday James Bond that day celebration, but it could be its last in its current guise. We all know that Daniel Craig did his last stint as James Bond in No Time to Die, which was 2020, 2021. It's been a few years. The only thing we know that has happened since then is that, first of all, Eon Productions, like Barbara Broccoli and a stepbrother who took over from their father, Robert Broccoli, they have now not only they've signed over the intellectual property rights of James Bond to Amazon after a little bit of a protracted ding-dong battle with Amazon, who wanted to have more of a creative say in it. So some people are fearing the worst, but I'm hoping that that they will pull through. The good news is that they've already announced the next director for the James Bond movie, who is currently Denis Villeneuve. If you're not familiar with the director, he's the one that has just done those 2 Dune movies. So the ones with Timothée Chalamet, and he's also done Arrival and also Blade Runner 2049. So he is a very good. He has a very good cinematic eye. So it'll be interesting to see what he envisages for James Bond. And hopefully at some point they're going to announce who the actual next James Bond will be.
Who do you think, Alex? Who do you think it'll be?
Well, it's, apart from Roger Moore, most of the other actors weren't established. They weren't well known. They were established actors, but they weren't very well known. So Daniel Craig was a little bit of a, I think they may not necessarily want someone with a lot of baggage or a lot of, shall we say, people knowing what they're about. So, but then that only works for the first movie. Then then you know what Sean Connery is going to be like, and then you know what Roger Moore and Timothy Dalton, and if they had, God forbid, had they let George Lazenby have another crack at it, or Pierce Brosnan. I know Pierce Brosnan did mention a couple of months ago that he would love to return to the James Bond franchise as an older version of James Bond. So that's an interesting option. Old man James Bond. And Timothy Dalton. So Lord of Fleck, thank you very much for bringing that up, Stephen. Dalton never bedded women on screen in his films. They were still good. Craig wasn't good upon reflection outside of Casino Royale, and that had Eva Green in it to make us miss how generic he was. Oh, that's a good topic of conversation. Which is the favorite Bond? Which is the worst James Bond? And which is the worst James Bond movie? But I think, given that's a watch-related content, we could maybe talk about the watches of James Bond and what we may think the next James Bond may wear. Given that Amazon now own the rights, Amazon money doesn't need Amiga money. So it could be, they might give Amiga the big elbow and say, come in. Amazon fit. I mean, do Amazon have a smartwatch? You never know. You might be wearing some Amazon device of some description.
See, I've never been much of a Bond fan, to be honest with you.
Really?
It never really took off with me. Why, I don't know. It was nothing that. It was something that really I never really took much notice of. Who would I like to see? But saying that, who would I like to see the next James Bond? And I would, you know, what I would like to see. I think is it Jason Statham? What?
We've seen that movie already. It was called Spy or Spy Hard. With he was a comedy thing, and he has forever ruined
Do you think so?
his reputation. Well, he was so hilarious in it. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
No, I didn't.
It was like
I think he's a fantastic actor.
He's a great. Well, he's of a type, but he would some of his catchphrases in that movie included, "I once ate so many computer chips, I shat out an Apple Macintosh." He was that sort of thing. It was so outrageous that now every time I see him in the movie and he speaks with that gravelly voice, I'm just reminded of that movie. It's sort of ruined him. Jason Statham is an interesting choice, but I think that he would be good for Hitman if they made another Hitman movie. So Hitman is a series of video games where you play an assassin. You get to choose how you want to complete the missions. Do you want to do it stealthily? Do you want to do it more, overtly or covertly? And they did a couple of versions of that movie, one with Timothy Olyphant, but it never really sort of took off. I think Jason Statham, because he has the physique and the shaved head and everything, which the titular character of that video game has also shaved head. I think he would, and he sort of looked like that in Transporter and a few of other movies. I think he would do really well in that. For me, James Bond. Why? Go on.
No. Just because Scott Weston saying worst Bond film ever, Moonraker.
I mean, yeah, it's up there. It's jumped the shark a little bit.
I just with me, Alex, when I was watching them, I just felt they were corny. They were just too corny, It just I don't know. It just wasn't real. I know it wasn't real, but do you understand? It was just so corny. I found Roger Moore particular. I mean, even in The Saint, I found it all corny when he played The Saint. It wasn't. I don't know how to explain it, but I just felt it was all. The acting was so corny. It was. But,
yeah. No, you're not wrong there. I mean, schmaltzy, the safari suits, the shit watches that Roger Moore wore in those movies, and the acting was something else. But if you look at, say, Sean Connery in Dr. No, it's a very different performance than, say, Sean Connery in Never Say Never Again, which is actually not an official part of the James Bond canon of movies. There's an interesting story about how that came to be. And yeah, there was a change in tone when Roger Moore came along, just as there was a change of tone when George Lazenby and also Timothy Dalton and Daniel Craig, they kept on reinventing it. A lot of those movies, certainly the Roger Moore era, Timothy Dalton era, maybe even the Pierce Brosnan eras, movies haven't dated very well, shall we say. But if you look at, say, the performances of Sean Connery, when it wasn't so much about gadgets, it was more about, espionage, all that sort of stuff, and the confidence that Sean exuded on the silver screen. He is, for me, the quintessential James Bond. Probably my favorite. Pierce Brosnan was my coming of age James Bond, but those movies are so bad now when you watch them back. And Daniel Craig, good bits in Casino Royale. Skyfall was amazing movie. I think it's probably one of the best James Bond movies from start to finish. But that's partly because Javier Bardem played the villain in that. And of course, you had some split opinion on No Time to Die. Speaking of No Time to Die, we have on
Good
us
evening,
on the panel,
Mike.
Mr. Mike Lewis.
Hello, you English gentlemen. How are you today?
Good, sir. Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Fighting my allergies, unfortunately.
Yeah.
My scent and my palate is not that good right now.
Well, so just as well, it's suspended then.
Sorry?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a chat. We had a little bit of a WhatsApp chat. Yeah. And Mike was telling me he's got his allergies up. So I thought, given Tim's away, let's do it when the whole gang are back together again. And there is we do have James Bond to talk about. Can I just read Lisa's
actually
comment here?
A quick comment. You had mentioned as I came into the studio. No Time to Die. I think I have mentioned it before. I don't know if you remember. I went to school with Mark Tilsley, who was the production manager. He did the production manager. He was the production manager for No Time to Die, and he was awarded a BAFTA actually, and was also nominated for an Oscar, but didn't get it. So he's actually well known in that side of the business. He did also the Two Popes, the production manager of the Two Popes, and he also did the Banshees of the Inisherin. I think that's what it's called.
I don't know that one.
That's the one. That's the one where they filmed it on Ray Ray's Island.
Okay. Small world.
Yeah.
Small island.
Sorry?
Small island as well.
Yeah. He actually did also Train Spotting 2 with Danny Boyle. So he's really well known. Yeah, he's really well known.
Yeah. So what's his surname again?
Mark Tilsley. Tildes. Tildesle.
Got it.
Yeah.
British production manager.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks a little bit like me, to be honest.
We were in a few classes together, and he was a very good artist back then when we were kids. Going through our grammar school period.
Yeah. So he also did Sunshine. I remember that movie.
Yeah. And quite a few
other ones. Yeah. As a production designer. So F1, he was also involved in the F1, the movie.
F1?
Yeah, the F1 movie.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I mean, on IMDb, there's a veritable list of great movies. The Fifth Estate, okay, that was not so good, but there's still Trance. I remember that. Snowden, Trainspotting, Phantom Thread. A few other weird ones. The Two Popes, No Time to Die, Empire of Light, The Banshees of Inisherin, and F1 the movie.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, busy little boy.
He's very well. Yeah, he's very, very good, I guess.
Mike, I was just saying it's a good job. Perhaps the Pinot Noir was cancelled until next Sunday. I just got to show full screen here, but I did have the Pinot Noir bottle ready.
Oh, you did?
I did have them ready. That's one, and I had another one that's it's a New Zealand.
Yeah, out of Marlborough, New Zealand. Actually, they're making some good Pinots right now in New Zealand. I like some of their Pinots.
But I was saying to Alex, I've got to drive in a few hours, take the wife to the airport, so I won't get to drink anyway. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, my palate today would be terrible for it. I would not enjoy the wine.
Well,
no.
Let's save it till next week, as you said, Mike. It's no one's going to die except for James Bond. There was I do have Pinot Noir, but I'm not going to show it. I'm going to save it to next week. Okay. So let's come back to.
Just tell us what region did you get it from?
Oregon.
Oh, you did get Oregon Pinot. Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, that was the whole point of it. It was like it was Oregon or Californian Pinot Noir. So I thought stick with the brief. You know, I follow your orders, Mike. And speaking of, unlike James Bond, who doesn't. And speaking of people who don't follow orders, we have Mr. Daniel Katz,
Oh,
my
Daniel.
nemesis.
I,
My
I,
nemesis.
I want to thank you for your compliments of that will never end over my dessert at the cafe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
You're welcome, as always.
Uh,
He is the Blofeld. If I am Sean Connery, he is my Blofeld.
right.
Anyway, so let's go. So sorry,
Hi,
Daniel.
Daniel.
Before we ask you how you're doing, and we're all dying to see what.
I wasn't
how
going
many
to ask
cakes
him.
you've
I
got.
wasn't going to ask him.
No, I'm being polite. Lisa J. Bradley says, if you read the books, it is very specific in the character portrayal of Bond. This modern interpretation is flawed. Absolutely agree with that, Lisa. Ian Fleming actually didn't like Sean Connery. He did not envisage him to be that particular James Bond. In the books, the sort of character is very flawed, Steve, he's a bit unsure of himself as well. He was supposed to be nervous and almost like a school teacher, and that's why he consumed a lot of alcohol to get a bit of Dutch courage. Yeah, there you go. That's you could be. I think you'll be the next James Bond on that performance alone. So he famously did not like Sean Connery. He did not get on with him at all. He didn't like the scripts to begin with. And he actually had in his mind's eye somebody like Roger Moore to play the role.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about Ian Fleming or the director? Or who are you talking about? I missed
No, Ian Fleming. Ian Fleming was with odds with the producers.
Didn't know
And they would constantly have back and forth. And he really didn't. He wanted to veto Sean Connery being cast in that role. But then the producers, who probably know more about movies than Ian Fleming does, that they overruled him. I mean, Ian Fleming himself would say to the script writers, you're the person that's going to inject some humor in my boring script. So there is a lot of animosity, shall we say, between Ian Fleming and the people who eventually, he might call them, bastardized his books into those movies. Right. But
he would not have had Cats as Bond for sure. He would not have had Cats as Bond for sure. But
you never know. You never know. But
only saying that, just to add to what everyone has already sort of said, without saying it, it's about when you're dealing with Hollywood, because it is a Hollywood production, even if it wasn't done in Hollywood-ish. It's about making bucks, and you're tracking a massive market segment, and you wanted that kind of slightly indifferent, friendly narcissist. No, I wouldn't say narcissistic, but that guy that was a cool cucumber like Sean Connery to play that kind of role back then. And then today, Daniel Craig fit that role. And he's played very emotional. He comes from theater, like actual theater on stage in the West End. He's really well trained. But to play that role, he was right to the T of what people wanted. That guy's going to kick ass. And he had hidden emotions, but he deals with that. Is he going to die or is he going to live, and that kind of thing.
But is that James Bond? I mean, he is supposed to be.
Ian Fleming, I understand where he's coming from, but for Hollywood, and that's parts of Hollywood I don't like. It's like, thanks, but no thanks. We're taking over. We put the money in it, and we're doing it this way. Yeah. Unless it's a biop, unless it's about an actual. If it's about Ian Fleming, you know what I mean? Yeah. That would be different.
Yeah, I mean, and that's it. There's artistic license, and it goes from one creative person to another, and they put their spin on it. There is a funny, a lot of the things in the movies also weren't scripted. So Sean Connery, for example, in the first movie, Dr. No, he's sleeping with Heikelai. He's sleeping with the woman that was trying to set him up, to be killed. And whilst he knows full well what's going on, but he goes ahead with it anyway, sleeps with her, whilst also looking at his watch. So he was like, keeping an eye of the time and just like, I'll I'll do this for king and country or
Wasn't
queen
that
and country.
wasn't that woman eventually sucked in by a bunch of piranha? I forget. And Doctor No.
No,
There
no,
was
no,
another
no. We're
one.
talking about Doctor No. No, it was just it was, I think it was a receptionist in the embassy, and Sean Connery had caught her spying through the keyhole whilst he was talking to whoever he was talking to,
Okay.
and then he sort of tried to arrange a date with her, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Watch the movie. Bond should always be a Brit. Well, that wasn't always the case. We famously had George Lazenby, who was Australian, and George Lazenby had absolutely bluffed his way into that role. He had no acting experience whatsoever. He was just this big, sort of like hunky guy, and somehow he managed to convince Broccoli to sort of like play the role. And I think it's a one and done with him. That was on the Majesty's Secret Service, which I quite like, and that's maybe because Telly Savalas plays Blofeld as the villain in that.
Of course.
And also it has We Have All the Time in the World by Armstrong singing that. So it's one of my favorite theme tunes.
Dr. Hose, can I just add two things real quick? I outside of my kudos to the bow tie wearing Stephen. I did like The Saint. I'm sorry. There was something crazy about it that I liked about Roger Moore in The Saint. When I was a kid,
Okay.
I liked the humor of it. And the other thing is,
Hey, Daniel.
You're a lot older than me, Daniel, so you'd appreciate it.
Daniel, did you ever see Roger Moore with Tony Curtis and the Persuaders?
Yeah.
I think
Did you remember
so.
that?
I think I did, but I gotta look at the storyline again and see.
It was actually a good show.
Yeah,
back in the
it
day.
That
Do you
was
remember,
good,
guys?
yeah.
Persuaders?
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen the reruns of it, so
Yeah.
I can't say that I was.
But-
I'm not that old.
The movie. My last thing, and I'll be quick, Kojak, is
Yeah.
I'd like to see where Bond. I would hope that the Bond film will show more of the interdependency. What do I mean by that? In one of the recent films, Daniel Craig goes in, he meets a certain agent supposed to work with him, a French woman, about it could have been Casino Royale, I don't know which one. And she helps him with something. Pretends she's just passing on a message. But it turns out she has to save him shooting out of a situation. And she's really good with the gun. And so it shows that Daniel Craig gets to works with her to get out of a situation so he can drive off. It's somewhere near the beginning of the film. So I'd like seeing the Bond being the hero that he is, but he's got people that he has to work with to get out of a situation. I'd like to see more of that.
Well, there has been a long tradition of him doing that. I mean, like,
Was it?
you only need to go. Yeah, GoldenEye opening scene. And spoilers for anyone that hasn't seen it, but there's 1995. Get with it. He opens the film and he is working with 006 in the beginning opening sequence, which was played by Sean Bean.
All right. Okay.
So there are some movies where he does sort of work with other people, but think about what the whole point of a 00 is. It's supposed to be a one-man army, almost a one-man sort of like a saboteur, infiltrator, intel gatherer, assessor of threats, and maybe executioner as well.
But that could be the MO still. It can still be the MO, but added to it, like I really liked Queen's Gambit, the TV show about that woman that was beating everyone in chess, and then she finally realizes that to really make it to the top, she had to team up with other people about different moves, and I really love that. And then you bring in the audience. I'm just guessing. That's my only opinion. You guys don't have to agree. So hopefully, I'm seeing that. That's all.
Well, even Daniel Craig, okay, so I mean, I didn't think Daniel Craig was as good as everybody makes him out to be. But it was he made some. He was in some of the most enjoyable James Bond movies. I know it might sound like a contradiction. In spite of his performance, I still enjoyed it. He was. If you see him, he's quick to judge people, and he misjudges people. So Eva Green in the Casino Royale, he misjudges her. He
Right.
thinks that she's trying to betray him when she's not. She's actually trying to save him. So he may made a mistake there. And the opening of No Time to Die, he believes what somebody tells him about the woman that he's with when it turns out to be absolute bullshit. He makes a rash judgment based on that. He constantly makes rash judgments, and that doesn't seem to be what the James Bond is about. It's supposed to be a dispassionate, cold, calculating, a logical person, not this emotional being that Daniel Craig portrayed on more than one occasion.
Yeah, but Kojak, that's the writing. That's not the fault of Daniel.
That's the writing and the director.
No, exactly. But he was a producer on that movie, so he got heavily involved with the tone and the direction of the movie. Can I just read out a few more? So Enrique Pena, Kojak, have you seen the new price of the 60th anniversary Seamaster? 9,400. Is that dollars or I mean that can't be pounds?
It's probably dollars.
Pounds. Yeah. We're going to do a wrist check in a minute. I just wanted to read out a few more. Lord of Flex says, "Never say never again." Yeah, Never Say Never Again. It was a bad movie. It also had Rowan Atkinson in it. Lord of Fleck, he says, "I'm wearing my Gruen Precision. Might throw in the Amiga later." Gruen was one of the dress watches that Sean Connery would wear in the early movies, and they were mostly, I think they were from his own collection, because it wasn't, they didn't have branding in those days, so it was from his own collection. What else was there? Born Should It Be a Brit? We read that. I also very much like OHMSS with Lazenby. Scott, if you watch that movie again, I have a problem with the cinematography in that movie. It's like a lot of pan zooms and almost slow frames per second. They speed up the movie for the action sequences, and it just looks cheesy as hell. But I mean, the overall tone of the movie I really enjoyed, and the performances other than George Lazenby were very good. Had Diana Rigg in it.
How did you like Atkinson as the mad scientist there, or the scientist for Bond? He was the guy that had the master of the gadgets, right?
That was John Cleese. You're
John
talking
Cleese,
about
John Cleese.
Yeah.
Well, then what role did Atkinson play? I forgot.
Rowan Atkinson was in Never Say Never Again, and he was the man that he met on location. I can't remember. It could have been Jamaica. I can't remember where he was.
Okay.
Henry Cavill would be a great next Bond. I think that they are looking for an actor that it's going to be in their 30s, so that they can do multiple films with them for a decade or so.
Right.
So I think they've aged out people like Henry Cavill, but I think he would be a great Bond. I think he's criminally underrated. He brings a lot of range to all the roles that he plays, whether it's The Witcher or in Mission Impossible or Man of Steel. I really loved his portrayal of Superman in Man of Steel, and also in The Tudors. And also he made the remake of what was that spy series on TV?
That's
Man from Uncle.
That's when I first saw him. Actually, was The Tudors.
Yeah, that was BBC drama.
Yeah.
But if you want to see him as a spy, watch him in The Man from Uncle. He played the American guy in that. So and his portrayal in the Mission Impossible movie was fantastic. I keep I've watched it 3 times this past week because I just love that movie so much.
Joker, Sam
hot
Smith.
take.
Could be.
Hey, what's wrong with Sam Smith? It's very
Sam Smith.
trendy.
My watch channel, hot take. The Rock is the last film Sean played Bond. Now, there has been on YouTube, there's been quite a few people that have discussed this topic, that if you see the performance of Sean Connery in The Rock, it is 100% James Bond. It just didn't say that that's what his name was. And he was a former MI5 agent, I think it was an MI5 agent, that had been locked away for the rest of his life on The Rock. So there is, you know, it's not a hot take. I think it's a very sane take. Scott Wexland wants to remind us that Roger Moore actually wanted to play the Bond with a much harder edge, but the producers wanted him to tone it down a bit. Yeah, exactly. It's, again, at the end of the day, it's the producers that control the purse strings and also the product that they want. So
yeah, but toning down a bit is one thing, but dancing on the top of the heads of a bunch of reptiles to get to the other side.
Alligators. Well, he walked across them.
Oh, walked across.
That's why I said it's a bit corny. It's just too far fetched. It's God.
Ray is saying that Bond is dead. Well, he's given away the last movie ending. So,
oh, come on.
Okay. So let's leave the comments on pause for a little bit, and maybe let's turn our attention to the watches that we may or may not be wearing today. I saw that you were sporting the gym.
Alex, can I have a shout out? Can I have a shout out today to George Russell winning the Singapore F1 today? He with his AMG. Thank you very much, AMG.
Okay, and where's George Russell? Okay, whatever.
No, George Russell is a Formula One driver.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a Brit from.
And he's English.
He's English. He's English, and he's from Norfolk.
Okay, that's
right. And he's not a poor liquor, from what I can tell. But yes, congratulations to George Russell. It was a commanding performance from him. He was very.
Absolutely.
It was He was not in trouble at any time during the race.
And he's not clumsy like me, George Russell.
No, nobody's clumsy like you.
No one. No.
Yeah. One clumsy person, Daniel.
Stephen, you were sporting a GMT, the two-tone GMT Master 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then we know that the GMT Master 2, let me just hide the comment. We know the GMT Master 2 was sported by Pussy Galore in Goldfinger. So if I call you a massive pussy,
if you want, mate, I don't mind.
I'm going to call you a massive pussy. That was an interesting. So that was, they really had a hard time trying to get away with calling her Pussy Galore. But the thing was, the book had already been published, so the name Pussy Galore was already out there. It was already sort of circulated. But if you think about it, also Honor Blackman, who played Pussy Galore, she was the only female Bond girl that was actually older than the actor. So she was older than Sean Connery in that movie. The only time. Hey, Russell. How you doing, buddy?
Good evening, Russell.
Yeah. So we have the Pussy Galore watch on the Watch Apprentice. Daniel Katz, you are sporting which Bond watch?
Not Bond, but this is what
Try again.
Bond.
You have a Bond watch.
Okay. I'll put something on.
Put it on, darn it, Daniel. You're not playing in the theme today.
Well, you have a watch sort of related to James Bond, so it might not have been a watch he actually wore, but maybe should have worn.
Well, it's not what he wore, but it is the name of the brand he wore sometimes. So it's that. That's all I got.
That's not the Rolex I was thinking of, but the Explorer.
He doesn't have that anymore.
I don't have it anymore.
He sold it.
Yeah,
You sold it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Scumbag.
He sold it
You
a few months
scumbag.
ago.
I'll go,
Few
man.
months ago.
Sorry.
Flipper.
Flip. So the reason why I mentioned it is that Ian Fleming himself wore an Explorer,
That's true.
and it was, although it doesn't mention the what watch James Bond wore in the books, it was assumed that he would end up wearing the same watch that Ian Fleming would wear, which was an Explorer, but they ended up switching it to Submariner. Okay, and Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Let me hazard a guess. I could.
Mr. Kojak,
Bond.
I am wearing my.
Mr. Lewis, we have been expecting you. You're wearing the
Thank you.
60th
Thank you, Kojak.
anniversary.
Thank you. I am wearing
Very
my
good.
60th anniversary
Right.
on the Milanese bracelet.
The Milanese bracelet. You're still enjoying that, yeah?
Oh yeah, it's a great watch.
Yeah.
Can I show the back because it's really the
Yes.
Yeah, of
the
course.
classical
Yeah.
Jane. It's the classical.
Go ahead,
Jane
Mike.
with that great move. The what they call it, animatronics, whatever the hell they call it.
I've forgotten the word.
That's
There's a
fine,
Moir
fine.
fringe. It's a diorama, I suppose. You can sort of see. I don't know if you can bring it any closer. You might have to open it up a bit, but you can see that's the silhouette of Daniel Craig as he's staring down, or he's being stared down by the barrel of a gun. Have you noticed on the back of your watch, where the rivets are? There are 7 of them.
The back of the watch. What now? Sorry.
You know how it's screwed in? It's a screwed in case back, yeah, with the screws.
Yes, it is screwed.
There were 7 screws.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're right. There is 7. Is there a significant? Okay.
Yeah. And on the Milanese strap, there were 7 holes for your sizing.
On the what?
On the
now?
Milanese strap.
Oh yeah.
On the Milanese strap, there are 7 holes on that as well.
There is. You're right. I didn't notice that till now.
Well, I mean, all the Milanese straps happen to have 7 holes. That's just a coincidence, but it's a nice little Easter egg as well. So I too have the 60th anniversary.
How dare
you?
In there?
There you go.
How dare you have that too? The same as me.
Well, I am not wearing it, and I got it first. So let me just see if I can.
That's it, Alex.
It focused. There we go. Now, there, perfect.
There we go.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see the actual movement of the Bond.
And the other difference on the watch compared to the other ones, instead of having the sort of dive triangle there, it's got 60, and this is an illuminated bezel, so the 60 is a different color to the rest of the bezel. So I think it's blue, and the 60 is a green, same as the minute hand.
Actually, it's got a great loom. I love the loom on it.
Yeah, great loom. But I am and I have another. I have another James Bond watch.
Okay.
It is from the Roger Moore era. It's the Hamilton Pulsar. Yes, Pulsar. This is the PSR.
Really?
So
Alex,
this was one.
Alex, I like you a lot, but I don't like that watch, to be honest with you.
Well, you'll be glad to know I only paid a few £100 for this.
Thank God.
Not so. This was the watch
Still
that
too
was
much.
worn by. This was the watch that was worn by Roger Moore in his first outing as James Bond in Live and Let Die, and he only wore it in the beginning, in the first scene, because then he switched over to his Rolex. Ironically, when M, who was visiting him at his abode, handed him back his watch, he said, James Bond, I wish you would have more affordable watches. It's not right that the taxpayer funds your lifestyle. Had he known that actually the original Pulsar cost 10 times the price of a Rolex Submariner in those days,
Wow.
he would have probably his head would have exploded. But it's now the other way around. A Rolex Submariner costs about 10 times, well,
More.
20 times more than this, I think.
Wow.
So it's the tables have turned. But it's a nice little novelty item. But the watch I'm wearing today is the No Time to Die
No time to die.
Seamaster Omega on the Milanese strap.
I love the dial on that watch. I really do. The only thing I was
Yeah.
a bit disappointed they didn't do much with the back of the watch.
Yes, but they wanted to
generally-
keep the watch. Yeah,
Generally,
I
it
know
was
what you
open
mean.
case. Yeah, generally, it was an open case.
Well, they wanted to keep it as thin as possible, which they
Mhm.
managed to achieve. So, but when you
Yeah.
put them side by side, you can see how much more legible the normal Seamaster is compared to the no Time to Die version.
True.
So there you go. Oh, it's upside down, but you know what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
trying to do.
What case
There you
size
go.
is that?
So
No
I'm
Time
gonna.
to Die, Alex.
It's the same as all Seamasters, current generation, 42 mil.
42.
42
Wow.
mil. Yeah. So let me just put that on there.
You know what? Kojak. I think maybe it's a blessing because I wasn't meant to be Bond as I wear this digest.
Yes, but you could have been. I mean, there are some famous James Bond watches that enemies wore or other characters wore, like Breitling.
Yeah. Okay.
The chronograph. What's it called? The
I could-
Navitimer.
Or the guy.
No, it was a Breitling Top Timer. I think it was.
Or the guy that gets killed in the first scene. You know, I'd be wearing whatever watch.
Yeah. Right, let's just catch up with some more comments. Sam Smith could be the new James Bond. Really? The singer?
Yeah, that's what I showed you. I showed it earlier with Joker.
Oh, I see. Tim G is just wishing a happy Yom Kippur to all those that follow that. Yes, that was last Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, but
Excuse me, I just need to take some of my sulfuric acid.
yeah.
Canal
Tim G had
juice.
that pulsar a long time ago. Was that the original? Was that the original Tim G? This one is a reissued one that was launched a few years back. Ray Kojak, that LED Hamilton is in shop window for $8.99. I got mine for £500.
Wow.
And that was brand new from a dealer. So you can get good deals on them. You look out for the sales. And also Ray saying favorite Bond car. Mine is the Lotus. I suspect
course.
Ray, is it the white Lotus Esprit that goes under the water?
Yes.
In the Spy That Loved Me. I think that's the one with Barbara Bach, who is Ringo Starr's wife.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Tim G said, well, you know, Tim G said that he had the original, lots of money for that damn pulsar. Yeah, it was very expensive, and it actually.
When did they come out with it? When did they come out with the pulsar originally?
I think they announced it in 1969 and eventually came out in early 1970s.
Yeah, because I could remember when I was a kid, I used to see them in the shop in the window, you see the Omegas, and you used to see the pulsar there, because it used to remind me. Used to remind me of is those Texas Instrument, calculators. Remember
Yes. Yeah, I remember them. Yeah.
with the red readout.
Yeah. So, the story of the pulsar was Hamilton had been involved. They're involved in movie watches, and sometimes they get asked to make watches for specific movies. They had just finished working with Stanley Kubrick on 2001: A Space Odyssey, and he created two clocks for them. One was a wall clock, and one was a wristwatch. Now, the Pulsar is nothing like the watches in 2001: Space Odyssey, but inspired by that interaction, they decided to go and make the world's first digital LED watch. The only problem is that the battery on it would only last 30 minutes. So when the prototype would only last 30 minutes, and you'd have to change the battery. So they had to sort of go back and sort of try and find a way to make the battery last longer. And the way they did it is that you had to press the button to actually activate the display. So it would be off until you pressed it, and then it would be on for a couple of seconds. And that was their clever way of dealing with the battery issue. Even then, the battery would only last 3 to 6 months. Now, obviously, technology has moved on, so the battery in this modern iteration is going to last, and it's got an LCD as well as an OLED screen, so it has 2 displays. The LCD OLED screen will last about 5 to 6 years, so we've come a long way since then. But it was a bit of an issue, and they bet the farm on this watch. And the electronics, and it was very successful. These things, the rich and the famous were wearing this. Andy Warhol, I think William Shatner, I think Telly Savalas also had
Tim G.
like this. He might have Tim G. Obviously, yes, Tim G. These things were hype pieces. They were like really expensive. As I said, they were 10, 20 times more expensive than a Rolex Submariner. They would cost the price of a car, of a small, of a family car. That's how expensive these things were. But they kept on, reinvesting, and it was another company called SD Micro, I think, that made the electronics. Had 1,000 capacitors, and they did not anticipate the influx of cheap electronics from the Far East, and eventually, Seiko's and all that lot up just pulled the rug from underneath them. They had already sold the actual module of this had been sold as well to Amiga. So Amiga had a version of the Pulsar themselves, which was quite hideous looking. But anyway, that's enough of the history of that particular watch. I hardly ever wear it though. But yeah.
Wes Exler, whatever his name, the gentleman who just sent in a text about Live and Let Die in 1973. Yeah.
Scott, yeah.
I didn't say her name right. That was a good song, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Paul McCartney and Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wings.
Yeah.
I remember Wings. You got an album of Wings there, Mike? Did you get
Sorry?
the album back in did you get the album back in the day? The Wings?
I wasn't. Well, I was a kid when Wings was around, and I kind of I was living in what we called a flat. You guys call it apartment,
Right.
in the United States, and above us there was a I don't know, a couple or some that lived above us, and they would always play that damn album over and over again. And after a while, it just like you hated hearing the songs from it was what's the name? Band on the Run. Band on the Run. They would play that damn song all the time.
Yeah.
Once in a while, you get the broomstick and hit the ceiling to tell them to shut up.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So Scott Wexland, I think his comment was to coincide with when the Hamilton was invented, because obviously the Hamilton watch would have existed before the movie started. So I think that reinforces that. I think it was very early 70s when the watch was first released, and it was the fact that it was in the James Bond movie that actually catapulted it so much success, even though it was only in for a relatively short period of time. Right. So Mario Vieira, thanks for your comment. Amazon has digitally removed guns from James Bond film key art. Yeah, I was just checking up to see what the whole hullabaloo was.
That's
So
crazy.
yes, all the poster art for the original James Bond movies they've removed guns, and
agreed.
and you go like, why? Why would you do that? I mean, are you trying to clickbait people into watching the movie, and then suddenly they're going to be disgusted that there were guns in a movie about spies
Was it
and
gun control?
evil people?
Gun control.
Well, that's it.
I just
it-
hope they don't
if
destroy
that,
the franchise. I really
well,
hope.
if they're spending time doing this rather than focusing on the actual movie, it's not a good.
Look,
It's not a good sign. So,
No, I don't like that.
Joker saying Amiga has featured the new James Bond game. It is main accessory in the game. You should watch the trailer. Yeah, I've seen that Joker. That if anyone remembers on the Nintendo 64, the game called GoldenEye, it also featured the 1993 Amiga Seamaster when that came out. So that was his gadget. I remember playing that game to death. Where is Timmy? Says Dr. Bob's Nightmare. Timmy is still in Rome. He's come down with flu. He's not feeling well. So it was a good. I think he just did the right thing and decided not to stream. He's traveling back tomorrow morning, so it might be a couple of days before we'll see him back on the stream. So we just thought we'd just do a casual stream tonight to just to fill in the void that he's left.
Yeah, just a little bit of time.
Just to keep the fires going.
keep the fires going. Yeah. How is he going to get on the plane if he's got the flu, though? I mean, I guess he'll put a mask on his face. I don't know. Hopefully, he can get on.
Well, so are you saying that the airlines vet?
I don't know. I just
before.
If he's coughing a lot, there might be a vetting. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, where does it stop? I mean, if it's coughing, then what if it's clumsiness? What if it's like you would never travel anywhere.
I deserve that one. Okay.
DG is asking, fellas, since it's James Bond Day, let's make a martini. I will if we go for long enough. I was going to suggest I'd make a martini just to sort of mark the occasion.
Go for it, Alex.
What else? I will do. Let me just. There was a couple of other ones. Somebody was asking earlier on, what is the best gin for a martini? That's a very good question. At the moment, if you go to Duke's Bar is one of the places that Ian Fleming frequented, and he would drink martinis there. They would have been using Gordon's, but back in those days, Gordon's was stronger and also better, but also Beefeater. Beefeater is really the gin, which is the sort of baseline standard. Nowadays, Beefeater is still fantastic. It's still made in the original recipe. It's all that sort of good stuff. If you want something a little bit different, Number 3 by Berry Rod and Bros. Number 3 just is the address of their headquarters in London.
Interesting.
They're a wine importer. Also, they hold bottles of wine in Bond, not James Bond, but Bond. So that's for people for investment purposes. Buy a cask of wine for them to keep safe as an investment. And so you don't pay tax on that until you decide to pull it out of storage and drink it. But yes, they got in touch with. There's one guy who's a professor of gin. He's the only guy in the world that's a professor of gin, and he came up with this sort of quintessential London dry gin. That's a very good gin, and I think also I would say Tanqueray is another good gin for a martini. I've had it with Tanqueray 10, which has more of a grapefruit accord, but also Tanqueray export strength if you can get it. That's a very good one. But I think tonight I'll probably make it with maybe with the number 3. If I'm going to have a gin and if I'm going to have a martini, a gin martini, I might as well have a good gin martini.
That looks like a
this
good
one-
looking bottle.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I like it.
yeah,
It's triangle.
really, really good. Just smell it.
Got the key on.
Oh
it.
yeah, can you move it to my direction? Can I smell it?
Yeah. There you go.
Ah,
Be careful.
Can you smell?
Be careful. You don't want to blow your nostrils off.
Can you smell the junipers,
All right.
Daniel?
Yeah.
yeah.
And we have another one here, as I said, Tanqueray number 10. It's very good. Tanqueray 10 has got that, has more of a grapefruit accord to it, but still very much in the sort of London dry tradition. So it's a very good one.
You're
Yeah, that's
scary.
pretty good. I smell
Now,
Daniel,
what
again, too
I would
close.
say, a bad gin would be Bombay Sapphire.
Sapphire, I like.
Oh, speaking of the devil.
Oh, there he's
That's a
got
good
it.
gin. That's
Nice
a good
looking
gin.
bottle.
There it is. What else have you got there, Steve? What's the other bad gin you've got? Well, yeah, okay, another a whitening here.
I'm not familiar with that.
Is it any good?
It's lovely. It's a rhubarb and ginger gin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I wonder if
Yeah.
it's available here.
I
Let me
had
check.
rhubarb pie. I remember when I was 13 from my aunt in Idaho.
Is that an English gin, Stephen?
He just walked away.
Yes, I think Whitley Neal. I think that's. Oh, it looks like he's clanging around.
Guys, how's my wrinkles? I'm okay.
You have none. You have
Yeah.
no wrinkles.
You
It
look
is a
very
British.
youthful.
It is a British.
And Gordon's big
Whitley,
gin.
what's it
British.
called? Whitley.
Oh, fuck off! Fuck off with that shit.
That's
do
beautiful.
have it.
That is beautiful.
Oh, no, they
Yeah,
don't.
Mike. Sorry,
Uh,
Mike. Look,
They don't have
Another
it.
another gin you might want to consider for something slightly different
Thanks.
is Roku gin.
Roku's good.
That's got Roku gin.
yeah, I've seen
That's
that.
got yuzu. It's a bit more floral, I think, but will it make the best martini? I think James Bond will probably just go with the beefeater, or maybe a number 3. So I'm probably going to make it with that. What is the chat saying? Tonight's Brooklyn. What is tonight's occasion? Tonight's occasion is Tim's not around. He's ill. We were going to do Pinot Noir, but we'll wait until next week when we have more people around and when Mike's taste buds work again. And we're just talking about James Bond stuff. Mario Vieira, Roku gin. Yeah, Sipsmith, London Dry Gin. It's very good. Now, Sipsmith also do the very junipery overproof gin, which is also very good. Makes a very good Negroni, that one as well. Not familiar with Tamworth Garden White Mountain Gin. And there's also Hayworth's, Hayman's, which I think used to make, in the back of the day, Beefeater gin. I think they were one of the distilleries that made it for them.
Actually, Stephen, they do actually they do have that gin, but it's not in the Arizona market because they have the rhubarb and ginger, they have the raspberry one also, and they have the alloy cucumber also.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It runs about $30 a bottle here.
But this is absolutely really, really tasty, Mike, if you go with it.
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. Rhubarb and ginger.
So Mario Vieira says the 2 martini rule is observed. Once you have consumed 2, you must move on to a soft drink such as wine or a gin and tonic. But that's still gin, isn't it? Mario, that is observed very much so at Duke's Bar. They will not serve you more than 2 martinis because they don't actually dilute them at all. It's they store the vodka, they store the gin in the freezer. It's a chill blaster freezer, and it comes out really thick and viscous. And so by chilling it, you don't need to dilute it. but it does mean that you're consuming about 5 to 6 units of alcohol in the glass that they serve you. It's called a direct martini because there is no ice; it just goes directly into your glass. It also means that they can actually make the drinks at the table very, very quickly because all they're doing is just pouring these semi-frozen liquids in a martini glass, and they can just move on to the next table. But yes, you can't have more than 2 because that will fuck you up.
Can I be a rebel next week and bring a Pinot Blanc as opposed to a Pinot Noir?
What about the Pinot Noir?
The Pinot Blanc. There's a white version.
Yeah, there's a Pinot Blanc.
Yeah.
What about it?
Can I bring it?
Of course
If
you
you
can.
want.
Okay.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
Go ahead, Kojak. Sorry for the interruption.
Alex, have
No,
you,
that's okay.
have you heard of this one? Monkey 47 flares, he's saying. It's my favourite
Yeah,
gin.
I have heard of it. I haven't gotten around to trying it.
I'll have to look that one up. Monkey 47. I've not heard of that one before.
I'm just trying to think. Is it an American or is it? I think it's German. I think it's a German gin, or it's certainly from that neck of the woods. Let me just check. Monkey
Flares. We're not alcoholics. It's just that we do a drink Sunday. So even though we've shown you all these bottles of drink, we're not alcoholics. I can assure you. So
speak for yourself. Monkey 47. It is available in the UK. Yes, it's produced in Germany. Yeah. Okay.
It's pricey. Shit, it's like $80 a bottle.
wow.
It's not cheap. Comes in a small bottle as well. Why am I not surprised? 47 EBV. It's in a 50 centiliter bottle. I mean, I'll give it a go, guys. But I mean, I have only so much. I mean, my whole house is taken over by bottles of rum. So
A question to all of you, because I'm just being ignorant. My conjecture is that in restaurants, good restaurants, the wine bottles that you get are 100% markup from what a normal MSRP is at the LCBO or whatever store you get your wine. Mike, is that probably true?
Sorry, say that again.
Restaurants. When let's say you're at a restaurant, you order a nice meal, you order a bottle of wine or a couple of bottles of wine. Are they 100% markup usually, or 200%?
Bigger?
Markup?
No, it's even higher than 100%.
Oh, even higher. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You figure, like, say you pay $10 for a bottle of wine at the store or the supermarket.
Right.
You'll probably pay at least triple that price, at least, by the bottle, and by the glass is even worse.
And what's the restaurateur's reasoning behind that? To mark it up that much? They're not being greedy. There must be a logic to that, or is it, or just?
Well, it's up to the restaurant really to mark it up as much as they want. So,
right. Okay.
But when you go to like a high-end restaurant, you're gonna be expecting to pay a ridiculous amount of money for that bottle of wine.
So if I go to the restaurant with Kojak, I'll have him pay for the meal. That's okay.
Well,
the nice
Daniel, the restaurant wine in a restaurant is normally 3 to 4 times the actual retail price. Now, it doesn't mean they buy it at retail price because they'll buy a wholesale price. So it's actually the margins are a lot bigger.
Higher.
So, and they do that because the return on food is not that good.
Oh,
that's where they make their money.
They make their money on the booze.
Alcohol.
They will typically have made their money back on the bottle, whatever it is, of wine or gin or whatever, by the second or third glass.
Oh yeah.
Well, maybe second glass of wine.
Usually.
Usually by the second.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, on a bottle of spirits, it's normally the third or fourth. Just to Manny, I've dropped the link in the chat. Please feel free to join us. That'd be lovely to see you, sir. And DG is saying, Kojak, I always store my gin in the freezer. So like Jukes. DG, why don't you share? I mean, DG, you want to share your favorite recipe for a martini? Because I can try and make it.
Interesting.
No. In all seriousness, I'm always
No,
interested
I think it's a great
to
idea.
hear
I'm
what
laughing, but I
yeah.
think it's a great idea.
Mario is saying common strategy is 2.5 to 4 times market. Yeah, so pretty much what I said. I thought it was 2.5, 4 times retail price, but if you're saying it's wholesale, Mario, then I will take your advice on that. DG, how much is a martini? That's all right. How much is one martini in Duke's? I'm going to say probably £25. Duke's Bar.
That's pretty pricey.
Martini.
That's pricey.
Price. £25 to £27.5, and then you got to include on top of that you got to include service charge, so it'll be about £30 a drink. But Duke's, so it's okay. It is a bit of theatre, so you are being charged for that. It is tableside service, so you're being charged for that. It is a very small bar, so not that many tables in there. So they will also turn the table over within 90 minutes. So you have 90 minutes to 2 hours, as long as there's
then your money runs out.
Waiting. Well, yeah, there is that. But if there's no one waiting, if there's no one there, because you can't book it. You have to just turn up unless you're a guest in the hotel, you cannot reserve a table there. So you have to essentially just turn up and hope and wait your turn. And people generally wait outside on benches and stuff until they can come in. So they do take advantage of that. But then if you go to the Connaught, it's going to be the same price for martini, and Connaught makes fantastic martinis, really, really good. Probably more balanced than the ones less boozy, shall we say, so a bit more approachable. And also a lot of other hotels, hotel bars make fantastic martinis as well. So
I have an answer, Steve. When the money runs out, I do the dishes.
Right. So
All
tank DG, how many units? I mean, what are we talking about? Are you just like rinsing the glass with the vermouth and just pouring in a couple of units of gin, or are you actually pouring the? If you've got the measurements, that'd be great. I haven't got a frozen. I can get a chilled glass. And olives, I don't have any, so it will just have to be a lemon twist.
What's the point of the olive? Does it actually pair nicely with the taste of the drink, or is it just for theater?
No, so you have two traditional garnishes with a martini. You can either go with a lemon peel, or traditionally citrus peel.
Okay.
So lemon. So if you go to Duke's Bar, they use Amalfi lemons from the Amalfi Coast. So they import them in there. They're fantastic. Or you can just go with olives. Some crazy people out there go with both because they can't make up their mind. The olive has a little bit of brine on it, so it actually adds a little bit of saline quality to the drink.
All right.
And some people actually like to have a little bit of brine juice in the martini, and then it's called a dirty martini.
Dirty martini,
yeah. DJ saying 4 ounces of gin. Fuck it.
That's a lot of gin. Yeah.
That's a James Bond gin right there.
That's the double. That's the double there.
No, well, that's about the same size as a
DG. That's 60 quid.
Wait a minute. 4 ounces of gin, a splash of vermouth, and order the taxi.
Right, that is probably not too far off quantity-wise what you get at Duke's Bar. So when you think about it, £27.50 is not that bad because you're going to get more alcohol in that than you would do in another hotel bar. All right, I'm not going to do that. I've got a show to run. Listen, guys, can you talk amongst yourselves? I think I'm going to make myself a drink, and then we'll continue with the conversation. Maybe talk about what watches we might want to see James Bond wear. But I'll leave you guys in the capable hands of Stephen in the meantime.
Can I?
talk amongst yourselves.
Well,
I want
you're doing
to
that.
ask Mike a question. Mike, can I ask you a
Yeah, go ahead.
question regarding
Steve.
red wine? Once
Yes.
you open a bottle of red wine, how long
Yes.
does it last?
Well, you can actually, there's two options you can do that can lengthen the life of that wine once you open it. I'll
Yeah.
show you. One is actually nitrogen gas you can use. And what it does is puts a thin layer above the actual wine in the bottle, and it keeps the oxygen from deteriorating the
Right,
wine.
I'm with you. Okay.
Now, the other one, I'm going to show you what I use sometimes.
Okay. Now I've always wondered. I was told once you've opened a bottle of wine, 2 to 3 days, and you either drink it or you
Yeah.
throw it away.
I heard
But,
I heard 4 days, Stephen.
4 days.
Yeah, I thought it was the same as you. I thought it was the same. 4 days in room temperature. You don't have to put it in the fridge. I could be wrong.
No. Well, you can't keep red wine in the fridge anyway. I believe it has to be room temperature, doesn't it, sir,
Okay.
Daniel?
Okay. All right. Okay. Sure.
So it's not like white wine. White wine you can keep in the fridge and it lasts. But with red wine, it doesn't. You just can't keep it in the fridge. It has to be room temperature.
You can actually store it in the fridge to slow down.
Oh, you can. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. But I
So
suggest
you just need to take it out. You need to let it come to more ambient temperature before you drink it. That's the only issue with red wine.
I haven't used the word ambient in such a long time. Thank you.
See, there's this little contraption you can buy at any wine store. They usually carry these. It's like a little vacuum, and what it is you replace the cork with this, of course, and then what you do, you put this on top of this, and you extract the oxygen out of the bottle. Generally, you do at least 5 pumps minimum to take the oxygen out of the bottle. And then you should be fine. It should be good for a few more days.
Okay.
Do you do it after?
Sorry. Go on, Daniel. Sorry.
Do you do it after the second day, Michael? After the second?
No, you do it as soon as you finish drinking that wine.
Okay.
As soon as you finish drinking that wine, replace the cork with this.
Okay, and then pump.
And then you pump the oxygen out of the wine, out of the wine bottle.
Okay.
And just keep that on there, of course.
Gotcha.
Till you open it again.
And with that, Mike, how long do you think it will last?
About 3-4 days. You can get at least.
Okay.
Yeah. But when you open a bottle of wine, you generally open it up and drink it with somebody else, not necessarily going to drink it by yourself. And if there's 2 people, a bottle of wine, you can polish it off. 2 glasses.
Yeah, sure.
It's gone.
Sure.
If I'm with my imaginary friends, it's hard.
You can do that too, of course. But no, this works okay. And the other option, as I said, you can get a spray of nitrogen gas. You spray it inside the bottle, and that puts a thin film above the actual wine, keeps the oxygen out of deteriorating the actual wine itself.
Okay.
That's the other option.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, so you can have. So this is the gas. Well, this is argon gas.
Wine preserver.
Wine preserver. So you can spray that in there.
Yeah.
Kojak, you got everything.
And can I also, being a bit naive about this, Mike, but so if you used to use that nitrogen gas, say, would you tip that little drop of wine out first before you drink the rest?
No, you're fine.
So,
it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't interfere with the flavor of the wine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just me because I'm not a heavy drinker. I do like the idea of pairing that I learned from Mike about the idea of really sense the food with whatever you're using as the wine or whatever cocktail you're drinking. But I use it for cooking when I've got the wine. I'll use it.
You can, sure. Why not?
Yeah,
sure. I mean, sometimes I'll marinate, meat in it, of course.
Yeah.
Marinate meat with red wine generally, and
Yeah.
sometimes when I cook salmon, I'll marinate the salmon in white wine for like a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And then cook it. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm just dropping the link for Miami. From Miami again.
Never throw wine away unless you really, really have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you can always use it as a, marinating. Or drink.
Well, I'll use it for cooking as well, Mike. So
Yeah, exactly. You can make a sauce with it. Sure,
Yeah.
why not?
yeah.
Let me just ask DG a question because he's suggesting Dolin white vermouth. I've already got 2 bottles of vermouth open in the fridge. One is Lillet Blanc, which is not really technically a vermouth. It's an aromatized one. And I also have Sacred Amber Vermouth, which is what Duke's Bar uses in their Vesper Martini. I could make a Vesper Martini, but I'm willing to take advice
Is that named
from
after
the
a
chat.
snake? Vesper? Is that named after a certain
No, it's the name of the love interest in Casino Royale.
Oh, okay.
But it's also the history of the Vesper Martini is an Ian Fleming story,
Okay.
which I've talked about before, but I can remind people if they want. So I'm just going to go and get the other vermouth. I'll be back in a sec.
Hey, Stephen, those Pinot Noirs you have, they're both from New Zealand?
No,
I know you had one for sure.
sorry, I'll just show you. Sorry. Good evening, Miami. Manny, how are you, my
Hello,
friend?
Mike. Hello,
Good,
Manny.
everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday.
Good.
And to you, sir.
Happy
And to you. Yeah, sorry, Mike. So that's
No,
the
it's
Villa. That's the Villa Maria.
Villa Maria, New Zealand, yeah.
That's New Zealand, and the
Yes,
other
New
one
Zealand.
is. And
I
the
think
other
they're both
one
New
was-
Zealand. I think it was
No,
Craig.
it says Vin de France. That's one. So
Okay.
Vin de France.
Oh, Van de France, yeah. Okay.
So that's that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
So
actually, the great Pinot Noirs come from the Burgundy region. That's where
Right.
Romani Conti comes from the Côte d'Or region.
right.
But they're making some nice wines in Oregon and in California, especially around the Sonoma and Russian River area. And as I said, the Pinot Noir coming out of New Zealand is pretty good also. I really
Yeah.
like some of their Pinots.
I was never really a red wine drinker. I wasn't really a wine drinker, Mike, to be honest. And what turned it for me is when I was on a cruise, and you when you have your meals, the sommelier comes around and asks you what you're having to eat. And this particular time, I forget what I was having, but he suggested this red wine, this Pinot Noir, and he poured it and I tasted it, and from that day, I've always loved red wine. But Pinot Noir, I think maybe my favourite. I like Shiraz as well. I did taste a lovely Shiraz, but red wine for me. I'm not really a white wine drinker, to be honest, but red wine I don't mind. I really don't mind.
Actually, Pinot Noir is considered one of the hardest grapes to grow in the red selection, because what happens is it has thin skin, and it's more susceptible to issues with the weather and everything. So it's not and that's why it doesn't have high amounts of tannin like you do with the Cabernet or Merlot. So that's why the Pinot Noir is more of a delicate wine, but yet has a lot of fruit and it has a lot of complexity to it at the same time.
Right.
That sounds like me. It sounds like me. I have a thin skin.
You're very delicate, Daniel. It's a very delicate.
Yeah.
You're thin skin too?
I was thinking more delicate, Mike. Oh dear.
Stephen, loving the bow tie you got going on there.
Yeah, well, I say the theme was the James Bond, and Alex dropped it in the WhatsApp. Make it something to do. And I didn't. I just had a T-shirt on, and I just went upstairs and just grabbed the black bow tie. So
there you go. Hey, it works.
Oh dear. So how's your dad's bike coming along, Manny?
I've done basically all of the disassembly that I'm going to do. The carburetor, the throttle bodies were completely stuck.
Right.
So, I mean, I literally could not turn the throttle. So, but I did use some carburetor cleaner and got that to release, but I still want to have them properly rebuilt, Because sure, I could put it back in and maybe it'll start, but if I do something, I like to do it right, you know.
Yeah, sure. Can't
So,
a
but
dealer help you out, Manny?
what's that?
Sorry, can't a dealer help you out?
I don't know.
I wonder if you took it to a dealer, they'd be able to help you out.
Well, the dealer. See, here's the issue, Steven. I mean, I've tried at least 3 motorcycle shops here,
Really?
and 3 carburetor places, and nobody touches motorcycle carburetors anymore, which is kind of odd. See,
That's weird.
and talking about the dealers, just about everything out there, Steven, is injection.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? Nothing out there has carburetors anymore.
Right.
So I mean, this bike is from 2005. So
20 years old, but it's weird that you're struggling to get someone to have a look at your carbs for you. Really
I know,
is.
I know.
I'm sure, I just wondered if there must be some specialists out there somewhere.
That's you're going to Google probably those parts, or the carburetor. I know nothing about this, but because it's in the realm already, even though it's after 2000 vintage, I guess there must be someone. If you do a different kind of search in auto parts or motorcycle parts, that will have that sort of thing. And then if you're able to put the thing in, then maybe there is someone that has those parts.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
someone
I'm gonna try again, Daniel,
Yeah.
on Monday. I mean, I literally spent 5 hours driving last week,
Mhm.
and every shop that I went to, either they weren't available, or when I showed them the carburetors, no, with motorcycle, no, we don't touch it. I said,
Right.
but you're a carburetor shop, which, you know. So, I mean, worst case scenario, I don't want to do this, but worst case scenario, I can take it apart. I can clean all the jets individually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can put it back together. Worst case scenario, that would be the case. But I was trying to just let a professional do it, so that when I get back, I just focus on reassembly, changing the oil, changing the filters, changing the spark plugs, and
But
putting
it's
the battery in.
finding that specialist, isn't it?
Right. So, but let's see. I'll figure something out. The tank is completely out right now. I'm actually cleaning it with diesel fuel. So I filled it up with diesel fuel, and I've been letting it soak, and I kind of turn it over, every day, so that I'm coating both, the upper half and the lower half of the tank.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do that for at least, another week or two, to address, some of the interior rust in the tank. And then once I do that, then of course I'll flush it really well with, some clean fuel before I put it in. I am going to have to put new fuel lines too, though. The fuel lines, they're all brittle and hard. And when I went to remove the main fuel line, I ended up having actually to cut it because there was no way I could get it off.
Right.
And it was very, very, very stiff. So.
Okay, guys. Gonna make a sort of a Vespa Martini.
I'm going to go full screen.
Yeah, I'll go full.
I've done it.
Thanks. Brilliant. So the Vespa Martini, Ian Fleming, he describes it in the book Casino Royale. You will never see him drink that Vespa Martini ever again in any of the books or any of the movies. So he only drinks it in Casino Royale, both the book and in the film. The reason is that Ian Fleming came to hate the drink afterwards. He thought it was too unbalanced. And there is a little bit of a story about that, which I might go into later if we have time. But let's make a drink first and do that. Now, this version of the Vespa Martini was created by Alessandro over at Duke's Bar. But again, I'm not following it to the letter because he would have everything in the freezer. I do not, because I don't have a lot of space in the freezer. So I'm going to have to dilute it and just do it that way. But I'm using pretty much all the ingredients he uses. So he specifies number 3 gin, and it's 3 parts of this. So let's go with 1.5 of that.
You know, Kojak, I've never tried that martini. Maybe when I'm there in London, we go to Duke's, I'll try one.
Oh no, that's locked in. Don't worry about that. We're doing that. I think also it calls for 1 part vodka. Now he uses a Polish vodka, a potato vodka, but I don't have that. So I'm just going to use the vodka that I particularly like, which is just Kettle One. It's a nice neutral flavor one. So we need so 3 parts of gin and 1 part of vodka. Now all this does is really just reduce the harshness of the gin flavor. If you're not a huge gin fan, this will sort of water it down a little bit, the flavor, not the ABV. And he also uses, in Duke's Bar, they use this sacred English amber vermouth. If you were to take a white vermouth and a sweet vermouth, mix the 2 together in various proportions, you would get to this. So that's what they recommend with this, and it's half a part of this. So I'm going to put in 1/4.
And what does that taste like, Kojak? Is it sweet? Is it bitter? Is it flowery?
It's halfway between the 2. I'll tell you what. Let me try some first.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of like a slightly sweeter version of a Lillet Blanc.
Okay.
So it's almost halfway between a white vermouth and a sweet vermouth.
Okay.
I'm just going to pour that in there as well. And I'm going to give it a good old stir to chill it down. You'll notice that I'm not shaking it, I am stirring it. Any mixologist will tell you never shake a cocktail like this. But you do what you want. If you want to shake it, by all means. You'll end up bruising the gin, and when I mean by bruising, you end up allowing the volatile botanicals to escape a little bit. So you're losing some of the vivaciousness of the gin itself, or it could be absolute bullshit. But when you see it in the movies, they will always shake it. But when they pour it out, you'll notice there are no bubbles, and it's just very, very clear. When you shake it, you introduce tiny bubbles, and it becomes a little bit less translucent. So it's just movie magic. Right, that should be about right. That should be about -3 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. No, I don't have the thermometer. So if you stir it for about a minute, you'll get it cold enough. Let's bring Mammy back again.
He's back.
You got him?
There, I'm back.
Should be back, yeah.
Right.
Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
I've got I haven't got a frozen glass, but I put some ice in a martini glass with some water. So I'm just going to dump that out. There we go. Put that over there. And just going to Actually, I'm going to. Oh, actually, I forgot to put in a couple of drops of Angostura. Actually, just give that a stir just to incorporate it. Not following my own recipe. And we're going to peel. It's not the best lemon, the only one I had. Yes, that will do. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to squeeze it as I pour it into the glass. Okay, so the idea behind this is that you incorporate the zest,
The oils.
the oils from the lemon as you're pouring it in. So it's not just sitting on the top of the drink; it's actually sitting throughout the drink. And because of the Angostura, it has a slight rosé appearance to it. Okay.
It's a nice color.
It's when they. I mean, I think because they use. I probably should have maybe put only one drop of Angostura in there, but there you go. That's a Duke's Bar Vesper Martini, sort of. And there you go. Enjoy.
So Kojak, if we order that at Duke's, does Vesper come with it?
No, she does not. She's dead.
What comes with it? Would you?
Do they use an olive? Is there an olive? Did you put an olive in that, Alex? Or
no, I would just put in a lemon twist in there.
oh, okay.
Maybe it's a little bit too big, but we'll just give that a twist. There you go, and just slip that in there, and that's it. That's a Vesper Martini.
Nice one.
So what's your opinion on it? What's the taste like?
Yeah, I mean it's a martini. If you like martinis, then it's a martini. The Duke's Bar one is very potent. That's what I say. What was so funny in Duke's Bar is that a lot of people were making their pilgrimage to Duke's Bar, and they weren't ready to get what they were expecting. They sort of. A lot of people were martini drinkers, and then they took one sip of their martini and they were like wincing, and they couldn't drink it. And that's because they didn't appreciate the fact that they don't dilute their martinis there. They just do direct martinis. So for those not knowing about it, it can be quite a challenging drink. And so we were there with Sean, Red, and Tim, and the table next to us, she had ordered a Vesper Martini, or Vesper or normal dry martini. She took one sip and couldn't drink anymore, and she loves martinis. She couldn't drink anymore, so she gave it to Tim, and he ended up drinking not only his one but hers, as well as another drink afterwards, the paper plane that we enjoyed. So that was fun. Waste not, want not.
Yeah,
So
drinking.
I don't know if anyone is. So there you go, DJ. Hopefully that meets with your approval. So yeah, that'll be. I'll send the bill. I'll send the bill to Tim for that one.
Yeah.
I was a little bit mean on the spirit. I think they when they do it, they have 3 ounces of gin, 1 ounce of vodka, and half an ounce of vermouth, and a couple of drops of bitters. So the glass is really full to the very tippy top. This is a small. I just ended up probably putting half the amount in there because
Do you sometimes, Kojak, add a little bit more vodka to soften out the gin, just for the taste buds, or do you just go right by the rule book?
I prefer gin martinis just because gin has a flavor to it.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make the Vesper Martini, which was, look, you have the option. You can either have a gin martini or you can have a vodka martini. Or you can have this concoction, which is a mixture of the two.
Okay.
Now, I mentioned that James Bond only ordered only had the Vesper Martini in Casino Royale.
Hmm.
Then he switched to just straightforward vodka martinis. Now, why vodka martinis when you could have had a gin martini?
Right.
I don't necessarily think it's down to personal taste. I think it was just those movies at the time. Gin was declining in terms of popularity. It was like, you know, they saw it as very much an old person's woman's type of drink. Vodka was in the ascendancy, and so they were trying to catch the zeitgeist with, you know, with that particular drink. And now it's just been immortalized in the movie. If you read the books, that is not the number one drink, though, that James Bond drinks. The number one drink he drinks is it's a Tom Collins. It's a Tom Collins. Or whiskey and soda. You know, like he drinks that more than anything else. It's just that obviously no one's going to remember. Can you put some whiskey and soda in a glass for me?
Right.
It's the vodka martini, you know, shaken not stirred, all that sort of artistic license that is more memorable than kind of a whiskey with some soda on. Yeah, exactly. Now, the reason why it was called Vesper, so DJ, maybe because Vesper passed away and he wanted to move forward. Well, not at the time when she made. Well, no, it was because Ian Fleming hated the drink, and there's another reason for it as well. Perhaps a little bit behind the scenes. He was introduced to this by one of his best friends, and his best friend. They would go to clubs, you know, they would go to gentlemen's places, or, you know, like card places or whatever in Jamaica or the Bahamas, one of the two, where they were based. And it was called where he was introduced to this cocktail called the Vesper. Now, there was also this culture there where the butlers would say, it's time for Vespers. So Vesper is a religious thing. So like you would go and pray at a certain time during the day, but rather than praying, you were actually starting your libations. So it was a very cute way, a very colonial way of saying time to get your drink on when they said it's time for your Vespers. So he got the inspiration, the name from there. The recipe he got from his friend, where him and a couple that he knew, he signed, or, you know, he dedicated Casino Royale to. Now that guy later on tried to get involved in making a James Bond movie with Ian Fleming. He was the one that tried to convince Ian Fleming, you should be writing these stories and sort of do this sort of stuff. And I think that they approached somebody else to do a treatment of this character. Now, they ended up not going with him, and forgive me, the name escapes me now, who this person was, but Ian Fleming then wrote Casino Royale, and this guy was apoplectic because it was pretty much ripping off his whole idea, right? And he took him to court, and it was like a really protracted thing. It actually caused Ian Fleming to have a lot of ill health issues. So I think that he wanted to disassociate with anything Vesper related, any Casino Royale, because it wasn't his friend's fault, but, you know, the drink reminded him of his friend, who was the one that introduced him to this guy that he was having a protracted argument with. Now, that person, when they settled, he ended up having the rights to make non-canon James Bond movie called Never Say Never Again. Okay, so that's how Never Say Never Again. And it was the script. If you see the movie Never Say Never Again, it's essentially a replica of Thunderball. So the treatment that he made was Thunderball, which wasn't the first movie, wasn't the first book, but it was one of the first ones. And so he had the rights to make that. That's why he could use Sean Connery and all that sort of stuff but now I think they it's all owned by Eon Productions, so and now Amazon. So that issue is now being put to bed, but it's not seen as one of the canon movies in James Bond. So yeah, that's the Vesper, and its associated
Cheers,
notoriety. Cheers, everybody. What are you drinking there,
Cheers,
man?
mate.
I am drinking in honor of my London friends, Appleton 12.
Very good, sir. Very good. Yeah. So just checking on that information. Having a voice in my ear from a very good friend. Yes, it refers to the Ian Fleming court case. Refers to the legal battle in 1963 of the novel Thunderball. Yes, where the collaborators Kevin McClory and Jack Whittingham sued Fleming for plagiarism. Yeah, so that was there. You go, and Mario has repeated that. So thank you for filling in the blanks. I am a vessel of useless information, but even I can't remember everything. So it's good to have the people here keeping me honest. Right,
Cheers,
guys.
Mike. What are you drinking? Remy VSOP?
Yep, Remy VSOP.
Yep, I know it.
I saw you guys drinking. I'm saying, I need to taste a little bit. Plus, it's good for the chest a little bit.
It is. It is
medicinal.
Indeed.
Medicinal. Yeah.
Guys, I've got to drop off. So thanks everyone so much, Alex, for running the stream. Much appreciated, Mike, Manny,
Stephen, good to see
Daniel.
you.
Thank you.
And thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Don't be a stranger, Stephen. Come back. Come back.
Have a great week.
Stephen.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
week, guys. Bye bye.
All right,
Join us
thank you so
Sunday
much,
with
Stephen.
your Pinot Noir.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Yeah,
Join us
next Sunday.
With Pinot.
Yes.
With
Okay.
Pinot.
Okay.
All right.
Cheers.
Fantastic, guys. Listen, if anyone's in the chat watching it, do consider liking, subscribing, all that sort of YouTube malarkey. If you want to join the membership, that really helps out. Tim run the stream. He's not sponsored by anybody. He's sponsored by you guys, the viewers. So if you want to show your appreciation, you don't have to, but if you want to show your appreciation with a thumbs up, a like, subscribe, membership maybe, or even a super chat, that's going to be greatly appreciated. But it's a casual Sunday, so I'm not expecting anything, and it's only if you really want to. Won't take any offense to that. Guys and girls. We were talking James Bond, all things James Bond, and so my mind, we were hypothesizing, we were like contemplating who the next James Bond is. So Mike Lewis said Jason Statham. Is that right?
Sorry?
Who did you suggest could be the next James Bond?
Oh, God. I don't really keep up with any of the new young actors so much. As we talked, we talked about one time about Clive Owen could have been a good James Bond, but he's now over the hills. He's too old now. I don't think Tom Hardy would ever fit as James Bond. I don't think he would have been the right person for that. What was his name? That Cavill?
Henry Cavill.
Yeah,
Henry Cavill. Yes.
I think he could do at least a couple movies. I know he's not that young for a franchise for the next, say, 5 Bond movies, but I think he could do at least a couple for now.
Okay, I'm going to say something. You guys can peeve you guys off. But
if you say Daniel Katz could play James Bond, I'm going to kick you off right now.
Hey, patience.
Great granddad.
James Bond would never have cupboard doors open in the background.
Okay. Now,
anyway, go on.
That's okay. That's what I was going to say. Okay.
I don't know. So I don't know all the new actors recently, really.
But
British actors.
I'm thinking of American actor. Does it have to be British?
Got to be British.
Yep.
Oh, maybe you can put on a Brit. Okay, there's
and it can't be Canadian either. So
look, there's a lot of anyone that
just spit it out, Daniel. Who is this American actor you were thinking of? We'll judge.
Okay, just they have to put muscle on him though. And he's the guy that's the young lead actor who played Dylan and in Dune.
Timothy Chalamet.
I guess.
Oh no, no way.
Okay.
No way. No way
Jesus
could he
Christ,
be James
okay.
Bond.
All right.
He's the last person.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Let's just say thank you so much to Kleiner Hunt for his
Hi, Kleiner.
$5 super chat. Casual Sunday. I was told to wear a blazer for this. Cheers, gents. And in honor of Kleiner Hunt, this is my new pickup. When I which hang on a second. It is the Bleu de Chanel L'Exclusif.
Nice.
And I picked this up in the airport. And normally I stay away from buying things in the airport because they're not that much of a good deal.
Right.
But this was this 100ml bottle was actually £50 less than retail.
Wow.
So and I was talking to the sales associate there, and she said, "I'll give you this. I'll give you an additional staff discount on it as well."
Wow.
So she, right? Well, like James Bond when he travels, he likes to, woo the ladies.
That's
Like,
right. That's
but this
right.
is so. Yeah, I've been really enjoying this. It's unlike a lot of the flankers. This does smell different. That has more of a leather accord. It's like a smoky leather accord to that. And Kleiner, I think, agrees as well. Excellent choice, my good sir. So I just so before we continue, I just wanted to say I picked this up on my way to Rome. So I don't know if you guys caught the stream on a few days ago, but myself and Molthred jumped on the flight to Rome.
Yes.
And we surprised Tim with our presence there.
Yeah.
And we went to Luciano's, which is sort of like a Michelin-starred, or what it's owned by a Michelin-starred chef who is probably known as the king of carbonara. And
Really?
yeah. I mean, it was. Molthred had already been before because I told him about it when he went to Rome last year, a year or so ago. And he said, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Alex." But he actually went there and he said, "Oh my days, this place is amazing." Particularly the carbonara. They had cacio e pepe, they had pigeon dishes, they had all sorts, but the carbonara was king. And Luciano himself was there cooking that particular day.
Yeah.
Now, he wasn't there when I went. He was actually, ironically enough, he was in Greece for that weekend, for that week, helping helping a friend with a restaurant. But and I was a little bit nervous about eating something that I was really anticipating, but it was absolutely glorious. It was. It's a good interpretation. It's a fantastic interpretation of the best carbonara you can imagine. So a lot of classicists might have an issue with it, but I think it was the guanciale was like popping candy. It was like crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. The taste was absolutely out of this world. The carbonara was amazing. We had these desserts as well, where you had a dessert wine paired with each of them as well, which worked really, really well. So it was a fantastic evening.
No,
and also
it was, and I still laugh to this day when you guys were there. You, Alan, Timmy, so much so that listen to this. You ready?
Go on.
All right, listen. Put the volume up.
All right.
I need to drop off. Oh, he's adding to my French class. Nice. Studying French. Language.
What's that about?
That's when you asked Timmy to read my comment.
Oh,
and I basically said, hey guys, I gotta drop off. I'm going off to French class.
Yes, yes.
And then you ask Timmy, what French is he studying? French
Yes.
kissing?
Well, to be fair, I had already had a couple of Negronis that I don't know if you saw the Negronis that they were doing.
No, I
It was amazing. They're really, really good. So me and Malthred were planning to go there next week, just to go to this place, to Luciano's, because I got a good deal on tickets.
Uh-huh.
But we changed them because Tim was going to be in Rome, and we thought, let's ruin his holiday. So let's go. But it was lovely to meet up with. I've never met Roommate before, so it was lovely to meet up, and she's hilarious. She's absolutely a bundle of fun. And we went to see a few things as well. So we didn't tag along with them. We was, they went and did their thing, and we said, well, once you come out of that, we'll be outside. We can go for a coffee if you want, or gelato, or whatever. So we ended up spending a little bit of time together. So they went to see the Pantheon. We checked out. Obviously, went to the restaurant, went to the Trevi Fountain, because our hotel, the hotel that me and Malthred were staying at, was just opposite the Trevi Fountain. Literally, opened the window, and there was Trevi Fountain with an uninterrupted view of the fountain.
Very nice.
And then the following day, me and Malthred sort of walked up to the Spanish steps, and then all the way to the Vatican. And it just coincided when Tim and Roommate were also at the Vatican. They'd been there since stupid o'clock in the morning to queue.
Wow.
So it took them 4 hours or so to get to the front of the queue and then go and see it.
Holy shit.
We saw them afterwards, went for coffee and the gelato, and then we went back to the Trevi Fountain and said our goodbyes and allowed them to get on with the holiday. So it was.
How many days? How many days were you there?
2 days.
That's
2
it.
days.
2 days.
That was it. Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, me and Malthred managed to pack in a lot in that time. We saw the Colosseum. We saw some other things as well. Obviously, the Pantheon, the cigar shop is very important in Rome, and the Vatican.
Sistine Chapel?
No, we didn't go. We could have gone into the Sistine Chapel, but we were short. We were getting a little bit short on the time, and it was like I was treating as a reconnaissance trip for when I go and take my wife out to Rome.
Have you been there?
She's very kind. No, she's not been. So looking forward to going out with her.
So this is the first time in Rome?
No, it's the first time in Rome.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to do it with the wife. To go see the Vatican.
Literally, it was an opportunity to go to Luciano's, which me and Malthred had always promised to go and do. Like, we were just probably gone for the day and gone up the first flight and come back on the last flight. But because Tim and Roommate were there, we decided to extend it for a couple of days so that we could just soak in some of the atmosphere and have a good time. And it was a lot of walking. I think we did about 25,000 steps each day we were there.
Right.
Was it led by Roommate's itinerary or just something else?
Roommate had a very detailed program of events to go to, down to the 10-minute mark, because she wanted to make sure she could get everything. She's done a hell of a lot of research. She had a whole sort of like full scap of papers.
A book,
and a book as well, where she drew out the location where everything was relative to each other. So she could easily navigate from one place to the other. So if you guys need to have a comprehensive guide on Venice, Florence, and Rome, Roommate's your gal. She's done. She could sell that book. I think it'd be really good.
But how did you surprise them? How did you surprise them? You show up at the hotel or what, Kojak?
Tim and Roommate were driving to the hotel. and he had his window open, so I put my dick in his ear.
Yeah.
I put my so I got him. No, we had by that stage we had said we're in Rome.
Oh, I see. Okay.
At that stage. So.
Yeah. No, Rome is a great city. I've been to Rome.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
stayed
Fantastic.
right by the Spanish Steps when I was staying there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I did some of the local stuff. I went to the local flea market right there by the Spanish Steps.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I went to the Vatican. I went to St. Peter's Cathedral. I went to the Sixtine Chapel. I did the whole Rome thing. It's great.
Well, speaking of James Bond, have you got Mike? Have you been to Rome?
Yeah, I went to Rome in 2016. I was there for 4 nights, and then from there to Florence, and then from Florence to Venice. Out of the three, Florence was probably my favorite. I really liked Florence a lot because there was so much to see, and it's like when you're in Florence, it's like you're taken back to the 14th, 15th century. It's just like you're going back in time. And of course, it was just so influenced by the Medici family, and you've got so much to see. You've got the museums, and you've got such an influence with the Renaissance period. It's incredible. That's why I loved it so much.
Let me just read out this super chat, an additional super chat from Kleiner Hunt for $5. Thank you so much, Kleiner. I'll have to do a frag collection update in the future. I have a couple of new pickups myself. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Glad you enjoyed your new bottle. Kleiner Hunt is, I don't know who buys more bottles a week, me with my rums or his with his frags. I think it's probably him. What about you?
You know that what's the name? The woman that has
Erica,
right? Erica was, for every bottle she was showing, Kleiner Hunt came on and showed 2 more.
I've nicknamed Kleiner Hunt Kleiner add to basket Hunt, because anytime a frag is mentioned, he's like adding it to his basket. But it's Mike. You did the reverse trip then, roommate and Tim, because they started off.
I went to Rome.
Went to Florence and then went to Rome.
Venice last.
What about you, Daniel? Have you been to Rome?
Yes, I have. I had not only in my imagination, but I have actually been there.
So you've been to Rome?
I stayed Airbnb in Trastevere, which is only 20 minutes on the tram into downtown, or even less, into downtown Rome, maybe 15 minutes, 12. I should have tried a hotel right in downtown Rome, but I was in Trastevere, which was really nice. And that was before and after I lost my phone in Venice.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
That's
go ahead.
So Daniel, did you go to Florence too?
I went through Florence. Yeah, I was doing the peacocking. I was wearing different suits at the.
How did you like it?
I like Florence a lot. I found not the people of the trade at the big show, but the people doing the peacocking. I found them very arrogant. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, no. I'm talking about the actual.
You're talking about Pitti
Uomo. No,
yeah,
okay. Florence was great. I love Florence.
Yeah. The city is beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. No, I did the full tour, Mike. I started in Milano, and I went from Milan to Florence to Verona, to Pisa, to Venice, to Rome, and then I went to Naples. I did the whole Pompeii thing, and then I took the ferry to Capri.
Did you have a favorite out of all those, or no?
Capri. I mean, I love Rome. You know, Florence is great too, but Capri was.
But Capri,
like a paradise.
I thought Capri. I was only there a day years and years ago. I found it a little bit too
very touristy, right?
Bubble touristy,
yeah. If you ignore the touristy though, the views there are just amazing. It's too bad I was only there half day though.
Yeah, but can I ask you, when you were in Verona, did you meet the gentleman?
No, I met Juliet.
Okay.
On the balcony.
Okay.
I kissed her on the balcony.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe I've been drinking too much, but I'm pretty sure I just heard Manny say he kissed a gentleman. Okay.
No, no, no.
So,
Juliet.
oh, Juliet.
No, Juliet.
Oh,
Juliet.
yeah.
He switched it around.
Kleiner hand in response to my Barb. It's only a problem if you have to count them.
If he-
Well, okay. If you count them. I'll give you. Hang on a second, guys. Before, what I forgot to mention, because we were talking James Bond. I don't know if you know, in Rome, they shot that car chase sequence in the movie Spectre,
They did.
which
yes, they did.
he was driving the Aston Martin
DB10.
DB10,
Yes.
followed by the McLaren something or other, driven by Dave
And the
Bautista.
Jaguar. It's the Jaguar.
He was driving a McLaren, wasn't he?
No, he was driving the DB10 and he was being chased by the Jaguar. Remember?
No, it was a McLaren. It was a McLaren in that one.
No, it's a Jaguar.
This is
Spectre.
Okay.
Look it up.
Spectre.
I
Yeah.
think it's a.
Look
I
up.
think it's a Jaguar.
Yeah, it's a Jaguar. I forgot the model, but it's a Jaguar. They never made it in
Is
production.
that 227? Is it Jaguar?
No.
Something like that.
Go
That's the one,
Jaguar.
isn't it? The one that's kind of
Oh,
sleek.
okay.
They made it. They made
Jaguar
it kind of sleek with the pop-up lights.
CX-75.
That's it. CX-75.
Right. Okay. So I
Let's see
don't
the
think they ever made this.
Can you see the picture?
Yeah. Hang on. Let me just get the. It was cancelled, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let me.
There's actually one of those guys in a huge collection in Switzerland. He has a lot of the Bond cars, and he's also a Koenigsegg dealer. I'll have to find that
Wow.
video and show it to you guys. But yeah, he has a lot of Astons. He has the DB10 in that museum. He has one of the Jaguars that still survived from that movie. There it is.
Is that one?
Oh,
That's it. That is it.
This was never in production though.
No, I wish it was.
It's gorgeous. Yeah.
It is.
They
So
made that. You know cars. Didn't they make? Isn't it called the XJ?
XJ220.
227? Is that what it is?
The XJ220.
Okay. That was the one with the
XJ.
pop-up lights.
Yeah, XJ220. Yep. Yeah,
they
I've
make
seen
like-
many of those in person, Mike. Especially when I lived here in Florida, there was a collector that actually had two of those. He had one that he would drive every day, and one that he kept like mint condition.
Yeah.
I actually sat in
This
one
was
of
a-
those. That's it. That's the XJ220.
This was a dog of a car though, because they stopped production of it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Right.
You know who just bought one of those?
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah, Tom did. Yeah. I
Tom
saw
just
it
bought
blue.
one of those.
Yeah, I sent him a comment.
Yeah.
And
Tom bought one.
yeah, he just
I was a
got-
huge fan of these when they came out. Like I said, and I've seen them, and I've sat in them in person. So
They're pretty long, aren't they?
they're very big. It's a big, wide car. Very long and wide.
It's cool. I mean, for its time, it was really ahead of everybody with the looks, the
Yeah.
design.
But did this not come out at the same time as the McLaren F1?
Around that same time frame.
It was
Around that
essentially it embarrassed the XJ220
Yeah.
because it was just yesterday's performance compared to these
Oh, yeah,
new
the F1.
these new hypercars that were coming out, and
Yeah.
the XJ220 looked like a pile of moved like a pile of shit in comparison.
Yeah.
But they're still fantastic. They're like fantastic looking cars. So sorry, to my point though. Sorry.
Back to the Bond movie.
Yeah. So you know the scene where they're sort of driving along, and then he eventually ejects out of the car before it crashes.
Yes.
That's in the Tiber. So that's the river surrounding the Vatican City.
Gotcha.
And Moffat was telling me that prior to that movie, and you see this, there's a bit where they're driving on a banked section. That's sort of like a banked part of the wall on the inner side of the moat, so to speak, that's surrounding the Vatican. That was all covered in graffiti, and lots of homeless people lived down there. James Bond came along and cleaned it all up. So they, you know, the renovation and the restoration of that part of the Vatican City was all down to the James Bond production of that movie.
Wow.
And they tried. So it's funny how local government can't do the things that, say, a private enterprise
Supposed
can
to
do.
do. Yeah, they're supposed to do.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So yeah, so and to be honest, I mean, it's been a fair few years since Spectre came out. There are some homeless people starting to trickle back a little bit, but there isn't any graffiti or anything like that. So they've been able to keep on top of that and keep it, you know, pay reverence to their heritage.
Going back to that 220, any
Yeah.
idea what they sell for right now? I'm not familiar with them too much.
I could do a quick search and tell you. I remember when you could buy those, Mike, for less than 200K.
Wow.
You know, after the financial crisis,
Yeah.
they were below 200K.
Wow.
I'll tell you now.
So approximately 350 to 500,000.
Yeah.
Is that what they're going for now?
The record price was achieved in 2023 for £551,000 or $687,000. That was 2 years ago. So they reckon that prices for the XJ220S could reach between £700,000 and £800,000.
Yeah. There's actually one for sale right now on Hemmings for $695,000.
Wow.
Yeah. 1,200 miles.
There is one in the UK for £550,000.
Yeah. But Mike, you know what the issue with that car? I mean, even if I could have pulled the trigger back then when all these cars were cheap, the maintenance is horrible. The gas tank is a bladder, right? It's a rubber type gas tank, and it's extremely expensive to replace. And you got to do it every 5 years.
No,
so all of these hypercars,
Jaguar, especially something, makes you nervous to buy it. It's has issues, probably electrical issues too. That's another one probably.
Yeah.
And that on top of it.
Yeah. But
it's
I mean,
a cool car. It's
a beautiful car nonetheless. It is. But it's huge, and if you see it in person, man, it's a long and wide car.
It's probably huge. What it kind of, you know what it kind of reminds me a bit.
What's that?
It kind of reminds me a bit of a Murcielago a little bit.
A little bit.
And a little bit like the McLaren Speedtail a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Could be long, you know, with a long body.
Yep.
Kind of reminds me of that.
It does. Definitely does.
So many.
DB10 in person?
Sorry?
Have you guys seen the Aston DB10 in person?
Yeah, I have DB10.
You saw it in person? Yeah, I did
seen
too.
it in person, yeah.
Yeah, my local dealer in Atlanta had it several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Before the new Vantage, you know, the redesigned Vantage, not the new one now, the previous one came out. They had a DB10 on display at the dealer.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Manny, let me ask you the question then. We've been trying to answer. Do you have any actors in mind that you think would that could be the next James Bond, or actors that you would like to see as the next James Bond?
That's a tough question because, like Mike, I don't really follow current actors, but I will say from all of the Bonds, Daniel Craig is by far my favorite.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the one that I actually own every single one of the of the movies from the Daniel Craig era.
I agree.
Yeah.
But as far as I don't know. Wasn't there talk about even a female at one time?
No.
Briefly?
That was because in sorry, go on, Mike. Yeah.
Alex, question for you. I'm looking at the current British actors under 30. And looks like this guy, his name, I've probably seen him in a movie, but I wasn't familiar with him. Ben Radcliffe. Would he make an ideal person? Ben Radcliffe. He was in The Witcher
His,
and Red Sonja and Cuban Fury.
Ben Radcliffe. Now that name has been bandied around.
Oh, it has. Okay. Does he's
Yeah,
young guy?
I think. Yeah, he's. I'm not sure he has the look, shall we say? But I can't remember him in The Witch. I can't. Red Sonja. That must have. That's an appalling movie. It's the recent. It's the 2025 version that just come out. I'm sure he'd be good. I think they were also talking about Aaron Taylor Johnson. They've been talking about Theo. Oh, Theo. I can't remember his surname. I think he's a Greek. Well, he's in England. He's an English person, but he's got Greek heritage.
Greek heritage.
Yeah. He was in Insurgent, and also he was in that TV series The Gentleman on Netflix. It's Theo James. That's it, DG. Thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, who? The thing is, no one really liked Daniel Craig when it was announced that he would be the next James Bond.
That's true.
But but that's, you know, any time a James Bond is introduced, they'll say no, it's not him. Timothy Dalton, a lot of people didn't expect anything from him because they knew that they were trying to get Pierce Brosnan at the time. You know, like, and they had the great actor, they had shit script, and it was the wrong type of production. And if you think about the Pierce Brosnan era, where they had the right actor, their scripts were so cheesy and so bad. They Daniel, you're waving.
Yes, I've got one.
What?
I've got somebody.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, from the movie.
Well, you got someone off the street.
Yeah, I got him off the street. From the movie with Colin Firth, the understudy under Colin Firth in The Kingsman, Taron Egerton.
No, Taron
No.
Egerton. He's a fuck. No. He's too short. He's too short for starters.
Okay.
No, his name has been bandied around as well.
Okay.
You know, it would be like picking Tom Holland if you're going to pick Egerton.
Yeah.
Similar. They're similar.
Yeah.
What about Tom Hiddleston?
He was they were about to announce it, and then he went and did something. I think because he came off what was that spy series he did with Hugh Laurie? Was it The Nightman or The Night Watchman or The Night Manager? Something like that. It took great critical acclaim, and they thought that was the perfect one for it. But there were other actors as well from that era, like they've done espionage series on BBC or other channels, and they've always been shortlisted as well. So Kit Harington as well, and the other one from who's the other actor? Ben, I think he's a Scottish actor. He was in the Eternals, actually. Eternals, Marvel, the Eternals. I want to say Richard Madden. That was it. Richard Madden was considered because he has that sort of because he's played a spy in a TV series. So all of these actors have sort of come and go. I think the only person that we know that's definitely not going to be doing is Idris Elba, because he ruled himself out because he said he's way too old for the role. Tom Hardy and Henry Cavill are probably too old for it as well, and probably too well known. The other thing you've got to consider, as well is how much it's going to cost to hire an established actor.
Right.
You're better, and I think that's why they go with not so well-known actors, because they can start them on a very low salary. But by the time, obviously, you made your fifth movie, you're an executive producer, so you're taking the sort of lion's share of the budget. You know, I think was Daniel Craig reportedly on 90 million or something like that for No Time to Die, but as an executive producer, not as an actor.
Oh, he was.
So that's some stupid amount of money.
Wow.
I got another one. Ralph Law. What do you think, Ralph Law?
Ralph Law, what's the?
Repo Man, Running Man, and Killed Jackie. He was in those. He's going to be 30 next year, so he's a young guy. RAFF Law. I'm not.
Oh, Raffi.
Yeah, Rafferty Law.
Oh, Rafferty Law.
He might be all right. He's got the face to be to do it.
My internet's busted. Yeah, we don't know. I don't think they know. Oh, Denis Villeneuve is now involved. Whether or not he has, the thing is with these franchises is that a director doesn't have as much pull on who gets cast like they will do in sort of more standalone movies because it is a franchise. It's heavily producer led. So it's going to be pretty much down to Amazon who they decide, because it may be that Denis Villeneuve only makes one James Bond movie. They're then stuck with the same actor for the next few movies.
Mhm.
So they'll make their choice. Then it'll be up to Denis Villeneuve to be able to work with them in a collaborative effort.
Right.
And
Yeah.
the additional thing too, now that Amazon controls the franchise, they're going to be also your political views and thoughts are a factor too as an actor. So if you're a little bit, they want that, they're gonna believe me. All it's part of it. It's part of the game these days. Your views.
Well, if that story was true about them sanitizing the poster art by removing guns, then yeah, it does seem to indicate that might be going with that direction. But the one thing I would countenance that is that the head of Amazon Studios was sacked half a year or so ago, and she was responsible for taking an intellectual property and ruining them. So they did the Wheel of Time, which they ruined, and they also did the Rings of Power. So Lord of the in the Middle Earth, sort of Tolkien Earth. Now that this was original material set between the First Age and the Third Age, and they absolutely made a shit show of it. And it was all about woke. It was all about ideology. It was all about the message and not about storytelling. And they also ruined the Wheel of Time as well. They made it all about whatever, which was a damn shame. So they may screw it up, but that is an expensive franchise to screw up.
It is.
But
Do you know roughly what the timeline is for the next one?
I'm worried if it's going to be too much longer. Maybe Denis Villeneuve will probably say, "I've got other things to do." So he is supposed to be. He did June Part 1 and Part 2. He's on for Part 3, and so he's got that to do. So they'll be in pre-production phase at the moment. So they'll be mapping out the script, the locations. It's a whole logistical issue. It's it takes years to do these massive movies now. But if it gets delayed and delayed and delayed, then Denis Villeneuve will say, I'm not earning money doing nothing. I'm only earning money when I'm making movies. And also he's a creative. He wants to create things. So Aaron Taylor Johnson was seen apparently he signed on to become a brand ambassador for Amiga. So the internet went fucking crazy because they thought, oh, this is Amiga tying up the loose ends to make sure that when he's announced the next James Bond, that he's already an Amiga ambassador.
Right.
And that was the topic of discussion I really wanted to touch upon, because people might have talked when we talk about watches and James Bond, you fall in one of three camps. You either are a Rolex person or an Amiga person, and if you're anything other than that, like a Seiko person, then you should be put into institution. And that seems to be the topic of conversation. But I wanted to broaden out. I wanted to broaden it out a little bit and say, could you imagine James Bond wearing anything other than a Rolex or an Omega? And which brands could that be? Now, let's assume that we don't know exactly the tone of the films. Maybe he's going to be spy, and because Daniel Craig played him as an action hero,
Right.
but he's written as a spy. So sometimes he's in spy mode, so he needs to be a gentleman and stuff like that, like at the casinos, wearing a dinner jacket, like a tuxedo and all that sort of stuff. But sometimes he needs to spring into action. We've seen Daniel Craig, apart from the last movie, wearing multiple watches. So he would probably wear an Aquaterra and then a Planet Ocean or a Seamaster or whatever. In the Sean Connery movies, he would switch between a Rolex Submariner for his action or casual attire and a Gruen when he was sort of wearing a tuxedo. What would let's assume that's going to, we're going to follow the Daniel Craig template.
Yes.
What watch brand, what watch can you imagine he would be wearing?
For me, Royal.
Well, let's ask. Let's ask
the ignoramus here.
Let's ask our man on the street with a finger on the pulse, and not only when he's measuring his pulse. Daniel Katz, what do you think?
Hey, I'm just taking a break from eating. Thanks, guys, for your patience while I was eating the meal. Okay, let's have a little fun with this. I'm going to say, bear with me, a high-end JLC Reverso.
Okay.
Why? Because back in the days of the playing polo, that's the whole point of it. It's a sports watch, dressy sports watch. You can turn it around, and it's not a duo face. It's solid on the other side. That's what it was meant to be.
Right.
But this, on the other side of this Reverso, will be some kind of machine gun or poison or whatever it is.
Some gadget.
I like that. I like the way you think.
It would be a duo face.
What's wrong?
I like
It would
that.
be a duo face.
Come on, man. It's okay.
Some sort of machine gun. Okay. Oh,
No, it wouldn't be
tiny
tear
machine
gas.
gun.
Tear gas. It would be something
Tear
like tear
gas.
gas.
Okay, tear gas.
Or some magnetic device that takes all the fillings out of the billing.
Right.
Yes.
That's the ticket.
Okay, so let's go, Mike. What's your contribution to this
If it wasn't
facile
Omega brand,
conversation? Let's discount the obvious Rolexes and Omegas because my theory is Amazon doesn't need Omega money.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So they could just, and I hope they don't go down the route of saying, "Oh, wear a Fitbit" or something like that, or whatever Amazon sells.
No, they don't.
Yeah. So what do you? So you can literally just have, let's say, any watch brand you want, or any watch that you think might get involved.
He's going to need something a little bit rugged, so it can't go anything like a Patek or a AP or any of the big three, the Trinity. It would have to be something like, something on the level of an Omega or in that range. See, I was thinking possibly, but I don't think it would work. It was a Tudor, because Tudor has some line in their rugged line.
Yeah.
But and it's not as good as it's not as on the level of Omega, but it's right below it. And I think Tudor, but the thing is, if you're going to pick Tudor, you may as well go with Rolex then again. But
Right.
so it's got, Cartier would be a little bit too elegant for him to wear. It's got to be a little bit rugged. That's why the Seamaster is perfect for him.
You could have two watches because, as I said originally, Sean Connery would wear a dress watch and a sports watch, and Daniel Craig carried on that tradition with the sports watch being a Planet Ocean or Seamaster, and a bit more of a dressy watch with the Aquaterra. So he sort of covered both bases.
To be honest with you, I mean, actually, the GG LeCoultre, the Polaris is a nice
Yes,
option for it.
yes.
It's a good-looking watch,
Mhm.
and it's a diver watch too at the
Yeah.
same time, and it's a good-looking watch.
Yeah, and Mike, and you could do the Polaris alarm version, and he could have gadgets for the alarm.
Yeah, exactly.
The Memovox.
Yeah.
Let me just read out this chat before we get to you, Manny. Gatsby, member for 27 months. Thank you so much, Gatsby. The problem with, and also my drinks nemesis, Gatsby, the problem with modern Bond is that human intelligence is obsolete in the era of technology. No one needs to smuggle microfilm in their butt with the internet. Bond must be a Cold War character. Well, it's an interesting. Yeah, the question is like, are they going to set it in a bygone era? But then we did see a postmodern Bond in the form of the last Mission Impossible movie, where it was AI was the antagonist.
Right.
Yes. So there's, I think it just but your point is well made, Gatsby. They could decide to just go back in time and do it from the 60s perspective. Some of the other suggestions coming in are RM.
Mhm.
I don't know what Vermont is. Breguet.
Breguet, no.
Glashütte,
No,
Bremont.
no.
Van Lux is asking, where is Timmy? Timmy is not well. He's also in Rome. It's his last day there, so we thought better of it, and he's just
There's a mutiny.
taking the time he needs
We
to
had
get.
a mutiny here. We had a mutiny.
We have the
kicked
yeah.
Timmy out.
We're rebel streaming on his own platform,
Right.
so he's not well at the moment. He is traveling back tomorrow, but it might be a few days before we see him. But just keep your eyes peeled, because I'm sure he'll post a thumbnail if and when. Sorry, not if. When he is feeling better. If he's feeling better. We have from Gatsby $5 super chat, Canadian dollars, so it's not worth that much. Bond always used the latest technology in the 70s.
No.
Bond wore digital watches. Sadly, a 21st century Bond would wear a G-Shock on Apple Watch. That's my fear, guys. I did say, do Amazon have a Fitbit equivalent? I can just imagine shilling.
That would ruin it.
Totally ruin it.
And he would be having his intercom conversations with head office on an Amazon Echo and getting the plans on a Kindle of some description.
Oh God.
But you say that, Gatsby, Inspector, he did wear a Heritage Seamaster 300. So, but that was probably more down to Daniel Craig, because he didn't like the shiny bling bling of the ceramic Seamasters. He avoided them. Manny, now that you've had a little bit more time to think about it, is there any others watches you would care to suggest?
So for me, just like Mike, I kind of use the same thought process. So I said, all right, if it's not Rolex or Omega, and you want a high-end brand, Patek is too dressy. Vacheron is too dressy, right? So out of the Holy Trinity, really, AP comes to mind. And for the more rugged one, I guess you could do a Royal Oak Offshore, possibly.
Yeah.
And if you want a little more dressy, right, you could do, let's say a Royal Oak Perpetual, the new Perpetual, or even the Star Wheel would be a cool watch. But for the rugged one, I would say Offshore, because it's the sportier of those high-end brands.
It has to be a little bit rugged. It has to be a little bit rugged.
Right.
Because of the line of work he's in.
Right.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't always have to have a gadget as well, because when Daniel originally, none of the watches were gadgets. In Sean Connery's era, and it was only, I think, was it Skyfall, when he was introduced to Q by Daniel Craig, that he got a gadget version of a watch. It might have been even in Spectre. So he only ever wore normal watches. They didn't actually have any functionality. So they could go back to that. I'm going to give you my take on this. and it's
Okay.
just a take. I don't have the inside knowledge.
Yep.
I think you're thinking a little. I think you got to think about who has most to gain, because Amiga probably will want to fight tooth and nail because they realize the success of their brand is going to be really dependent on them keeping the sponsorship alive. And they're probably secretly really furious that it's taken so long for the next James Bond movie to be announced, let alone made. I think that LVMH might come in and throw shitloads of money at Amazon and say, because money to them is no object. It's not watch money, it's LVMH. Just how they wrested F1 sponsorship out of the hands of Rolex by trebling or something the amount of money. And it's not an LVMH watch brand, it's the LVMH corporate brand itself. It's a massive conglomerate. So they have their tag, they have their champagnes. Well, Moet Chandon and will be Runar. It's a part of their portfolio, but also fashion and all that sort of stuff. And I just think that, and I've been thinking about it, and I just think that wouldn't it be crazy if they tried to push Zenith as a Bond watch, because it has that sort of not that I want it to be, but I was just trying to think it couldn't be Tag because I mean, can you imagine James Bond rocking up in a Monaco? There'll be riots in the streets, and I know people would hunt me down and say it's my fault. So it can't be. I mean, and it's not going to be a Carrera because that's just too, it's not quite. It's a nice watch, but I don't think it's James Bond sort of level. It could. What else? It can't be a Hublot.
No,
it can't be a Hublot because that's just too much. So I'm just thinking, what is in their portfolio? They have. Who else do they have? They don't have Cartier, do they? That's Richemont.
That's Richemont.
They have Jet. So who else is in the LVMH group? And I just thought, like, there still needs to be sort of
I forgot
rugged,
about Zenith. Zenith actually would fit because it's a underappreciated brand, and it's a good brand.
Yeah. Well, they've got Bulgari as well, but I think that's too dressy and it's going to be too fragile. But I just think that Zenith is probably the Amiga of that particular corporation. I don't know. I mean, it's. I hope it doesn't come. Doesn't come to fruition. But I think they have the financial muscle to just say, "Amiga, hold my beer." We're going to treble or quadruple, I know that Amazon doesn't need the money, but they won't turn down such a huge investment. I don't know.
DG is saying Longines as an option too.
Yeah. But well, that's an interest. I mean, the thing is, that's part of the Swatch Group, and why would Swatch Group want to undercut?
Right.
Yeah, they would undercut the Amiga brand. So
and the Swatch Group would push Blancpain before Longines.
I think I agree, Manny. I think if they were going for a sports watch, it could be the Breguet, and if it was going for a dress watch, it would be the a Blancpain for the sports watch and the Breguet for the dress watch.
Yes.
Yeah. We have $5 super chat from Gatsby again. Thank you so much, Gatsby. Appreciate it. I still have the taste of Pouce Cafe in my mouth. As much as I like Daniel Craig as Bond, the modern Bond movies really were a narrative nightmare. They were more Bourne than Bond, in my humble opinion. They obviously had to compete with what else is going out there. I mean, you could argue that Jason Bourne probably made better spy type movies with Jason Bourne than they did with James Bond because of all the baggage that James Bond has.
Right.
And also, I think because you know, if you're a proud American, why would you want to support Bond because he's a Brit with the stick stuck up his ass, rather than one of your own? So there is a marketing issue there as well. Narratively, yes, I always found it weird that he took the option of essentially killing himself in the last movie, rather than saying, I'm just going to stay away from my child so I don't end up killing them.
Right.
I know it was a nice poetic narrative to sort of bring Daniel Craig's arc to an end, but it was so fucking stupid. That was such a stupid plot hole. And you're telling me that technology couldn't come one day to reverse the infection of his DNA? So,
Right.
as a plot device, mind you, let's face it, you have to suspend all disbelief when you're watching James Bond movies because they're all nonsense anyway. So,
Right.
yeah. But I think, I think Zenith is.
It's an interesting choice. I didn't think about that.
And that's why I think it's probably an option, because no one would have thought about it. And also, LVMH, if you're watching and you do decide to go with it, remember, I get a finder's fee for thinking the impossible.
That's right.
So, so Longines, I think because it is a downgrade compared to the Amiga, I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Lovely though they are, it's not going to be an RM. I can't. Can you imagine James Bond wearing an RM? It's just seems a bit weird. So yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I hope I'm wrong. I guess, I mean, part of me goes, I wish they just stayed with Amiga because it was my era of James Bond, sort of like, you know. But if they went, as long as they don't go back to Seiko, the fucking quartz watches.
No, they're not going to do Seiko. They're not going to do Seiko.
No, they're going to go straight to fit.
At the end of the day, is whoever they go with is somebody that has deep pockets, right? Because I'm sure that's a pretty penny to, you know, get them to display their watches on the movies like that. So it has to be a brand with a lot of capital.
Do you think Rolex would bid to get their watch back on James Bond's wrist?
My honest opinion, I don't think they would. I don't think they care.
They don't need to. And
Exactly.
the thing is, the problem, you know what the nice thing about Omega? You can get the watches.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, okay, James Bond's going to wear whatever, a Submarine or whatever. But you're going to have to wait to get one if you can get one. That's the problem. At least with Omega, you call up the boutique or whatever. It's you know, it's there. It's available for the general public.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you guys, because I don't think Rolex need any advertising to sell more Submariners. They can't make enough of the bloody things. So whereas Amiga needs, lest we forget, GoldenEye was, what was it, 95? I think it was released. The Amiga Seamaster Diver 300M had been launched 2 years prior. They could not give the thing away. Everybody hated it, and they had all the posters. And then along came Biver. He came up with that deal, which was not just a product placement, but it was also being part of the script, and also multi-platform advertising, getting Pierce Brosnan involved. All they did was slap a picture of Pierce Brosnan on that same poster, and overnight that watch was the hottest watch you could, you couldn't get your hands on it quick enough. The thing sold out like ridiculous. Now it's obviously settled down a little bit nowadays, but Amiga still needs interest in their watches to be able to sell them. Rolex don't need to advertise their watches. So that's why I was thinking LVMH, and particularly Zenith, because nobody thinks of Zenith. And it's probably probably a little bit on par, shall we say, cachet wise. Maybe a little.
Now,
whether
do they have a nice diver watch though? Zenith.
I don't know.
They got a nice, they got a Pilot. I know that, and they've got.
Yeah, they've got the Defy line of watches, which
Yeah, but that's what's the name? Chronographs.
I think the Defy is just a time only piece, isn't it? Am I going crazy?
Well, they're known for their
Zenith
chronographs.
Yeah, they got the El Primero movement.
Right.
But I don't. I think the Defy, what the integrated bracelet one is called the Defy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that's.
It's going to have to be a dive watch.
Yeah, Defy Diver. They do a Defy Diver.
They do have one.
Oh shit! Oh, that looks awful. Let me just bring up.
I really think. I mean, when you look at it, if it's not going to be, Rolex, was a prior brand, and if they do move away from Omega, I really think the Polaris is perfect. Yeah. Polaris JLC would be perfect on him. It's suave. It's a little bit suave. It's a diver watch. It's got a good looking dial on it.
Yeah, I don't think though Richemont have that. I don't think they could outbid the Swatch Group.
No,
if it became a contest,
Swatch is a powerful brand.
Yeah,
yeah,
and they need it. So I think the Defy Skyline would probably be something that they would want to market because it's sort of elegant.
That's not bad looking watch. Yeah,
it's not bad looking at all. Actually, it's very attractive.
Yeah. And I just think that would probably be something that they would be looking at. They could also maybe just make him wear a chronograph.
Possible.
It's
got the Royal Oak vibes.
Yeah. But I don't know, guys, in the chat, if you've got any other suggestions.
That's a good one, Kojak. I did not even think about Zenith, honestly.
Yeah, I completely forgot about Zenith. But you're right, with
well,
LVMH, their money, they can
have
big influence.
I mean, when you look at how much they put into Formula One, from a watch perspective, it makes no economic sense whatsoever.
Right.
But it only makes sense when you look at it from a like LVMH as a group. They're not just advertising their watches; they're also advertising everything. So they've got Bulgari, they've got Tag Heuer, obviously heavily invested in that, and then they have the champagne, the drinks, the Moët Hennessy, and their fashion brands as well. So appealing to multiple markets there. Did I miss any chats? No, I don't think so. James Bond. Gatsby. James Bond wearing a Chronomaster spot. What fresh hell is this? Will they give him a gender-neutral pronouns as well? You never know. You never know. Let me just get rid of this screen. Jacob Iordi is the actor reported in contention for the role of the next James Bond. Book it. Jacob Iordi. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, who is that?
Rex Happy. Sorry, I had something in my face. Still can't get rid of it. Hold on.
Jacob Iordi.
Okay. Rex Happy did a collab, or LVMH approached Rex Happy to do a collab on one of his pieces. If that piece also included a bracelet, wow, that would be something for James Bond. Now, they did a collab. They don't own Rex Happy, I don't think. But just
Jacob Lord is Australian.
Yeah. I think it was in Saltburn, wasn't he?
Sorry?
I think it was in Saltburn. What else has he been in?
He was in the drama series Euphoria. on HBO.
Okay. Frankenstein, Priscilla, Wuthering Heights. Could be.
Maybe if they want to go that way.
Hmm.
He's the right age. He's
Interesting.
28.
Yeah. I think was a Gatsby saying Bond is of a better time, one of elegance and subterfuge. In the tech age, you can't have spies and intrigue. Everything becomes an action movie. Well, we've been saying that, Gatsby, is that I've sort of said that. I beg your pardon. That the modern day Bond movies are more action than sort of spy, but also that was a narrative being spun out in the movie scripts themselves, saying that the 00 program was an anachronism of a bygone era. Even the films themselves adopted it in the scripts. So they said, like, we should get rid of the 00 program because it's of no bloody use.
Right.
What I found irritating is that you had the previous and the new Ralph Fiennes sort of saying, "Oh, 00 program is shit," and then he becomes them, and then he says, "Oh, it's really important," and of course, then somebody else says, "No, it should be got rid of. It doesn't do anything. It's not really useful in this modern day and age," and yet they found a way to sort of make it work. I suppose, Gatsby, you're sort of really heavily leaning into the desire that they would set it back into the 60s, sort of a pre-heavy tech era. Lisa pretty much has sort of mirrored my opinion, which is Bond narratives were of their time. The stories were well-paced and more character-based. Well, yeah, I suppose that depends on the movies that you're talking about there, Lisa. I think they've become more character based now with Daniel Craig because they're, to Daniel's point earlier on, they're sort of really sort of playing up the guy's emotions. And the whole point of James Bond is that he's meant to be there as a logical, dispassionate person. And we really didn't. Timothy Dalton was a bit like that, but I think he went off the rails because he decided when Felix Leiter was crippled in an attack, he decided to abandon King and Queen and Country and go and enact revenge. So even Timothy Dalton, who was playing it sort of quite true, he sort of ended up getting emotional. Roger Moore, we discussed that. George Lazenby, yeah, whatever. Pierce Brosnan, campy. Daniel Craig, a little bit too emotional. Sean Connery, it comes back to Sean Connery. If you look at the first movie, his attitude towards women was fucking disgusting. But the only woman he sort of paid any sort of respect to was Ursula Andress. It's bizarre how how he changed his opinion depending on the woman that in the movie. Yeah, well, there is that.
She was
but,
one of my favorites back in the days, Ursula Andress.
That was Dr. No, Kojak?
Yeah, Dr. No, yeah.
Dr. No, yeah.
But Ursula Andress, okay, so if you listen to the director's commentaries of the Laserdisc editions of those movies, and it's on the YouTube, you should see what they say about the behind-the-scenes stories about Ursula Andress was not even considered to be in the running for it. But one of the people behind it said, "Can I keep her picture because she's absolutely stunning." She was wearing a sort of a tied-up shirt and all that sort of stuff. So the person who said, "Oh yeah, just take it, whatever," she's not going anywhere. How wrong was that person? Because I just don't think that movie would have been the same without her innocence, her charm, her beauty. Let's be superficial about things. She was incredibly beautiful, wearing that sort of Asian style attire when they were captured by Dr. No. Just everything just worked really well in that.
What about the car? What about the car? What is he going to be driving? That's the thing too now. We talk about the watch. What about the car? Does it stay with Aston Martin?
I think it will.
How about the Toyota Corolla?
Jesus Christ.
That's the woke
So
version.
if you remember the Pierce Brosnan era, it was Ford and BMW
Yes.
because they were the ones that were bankrolling it. In fact, they launched, they advanced the launch of a car. No, they had to create a prototype that was worth about 5 million. It was a Ford Focus or something like that. They hadn't even launched it yet, but because of the movie, they had to produce something that they could be driven. But they quickly switched over. They quickly switched over to BMW subsequently. So
You think he might be driving the Valhalla?
no,
That would be you know what, the Valhalla did show up, the early version, in No Time to Die, if you remember briefly,
yes,
in the wind tunnel.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You're
yeah.
right.
They walked.
Yes.
They walked past it. They walked
Mhm.
past it. Which in No Time to Die, wasn't it? Because I think that was when James Bond was calling Mallory and saying, "What have you been doing with this designer nanobot thing or whatever? It's DNA, a weapon." And he was walking along it. I know. I clocked that too. I think, yeah, those guys at Austin Martin don't miss an opportunity.
It's over the top for him to drive something like that, as you know, being James Bond. But it's such a gorgeous car, and it's such a cool looking car. It would kind of fit too at the same time in the movie.
But that goes back to when the DB5. I mean, Casino Royale played it sort of closer to the book, because I think in the book he won it in a card game. He won it betting or something or other, which he did in the movie as well. So he wouldn't have gotten an Aston Martin ordinarily, but he managed to get that. But then subsequently, that wouldn't explain why he had other, Q Branch gave him an Aston Martin to drive. That didn't make sense per se. His own personal car was the DB5, but yeah, that's a bit of a bizarre one. Gatsby makes a really good point, actually. I'd like to bring this up.
Yeah.
It makes no sense casting a 20-year-old Bond as old man as Bond. First off, Bond is a Scot, but okay, that's questionable. Secondly, he's a naval. I don't know why being a Scot precludes being a 20-year-old man. But anyway, moving on. Secondly, he's a naval commander.
Well, it takes
20-somethings. 20-somethings do not rise to that rank.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that we do forget that his first career was in the Navy, where he rose to the rank of commander. Some say that he would have been in the SBS, which is the Special Boat Service, the equivalent of the SAS, but for the Navy. But it doesn't really matter. It is obviously a fiction. But yeah, and I think that. So I don't know. There's some feedback on the audio, guys. I don't know whose that is. But that's why this watch now makes a lot more sense to me, because, and I might have mentioned this before. Let me just put this up on the screen. A lot of people complained of the Mike. I'm just going to check to see if it's your audio.
Is it?
Testing. Yeah, that seems to have sorted that out. No, maybe not.
I'm not hearing any crackle. Because I usually hear crackle.
I think it's Daniel.
Blame it on Daniel.
What did I do?
Causing trouble.
No, there's some feedback.
Your audio, yeah.
Hang on. Could it be you, Manny? Hang on, let me just check. Testing. No, I think it's Manny, actually. All right. Let me just get through this bit, Manny, and we'll bring you back on. So, a lot of people criticize the crow's foot inclusion.
Oh, yeah.
Myself included, because I thought this was giving away who you were. And this is my argument about James Bond. Is he an action hero or is he a spy? In No Time to Die, he's not a spy. And the reason why I don't think this is an issue, the broad arrow, which is the military symbol,
It's on the
I
back
don't think
too,
this is.
isn't it?
It's on the back, but it's predominantly, the fact that it's on the front dial would mean that he wouldn't stand up to much interrogation before they could divulge that he's actually part of the British military of some description. Now, I think people miss the point with this is that when we join him in the movie, he's no longer part of MI5. He's in self-imposed retirement, and this, I don't think this is a personal possession. I don't think this is a possession from when he was a secret agent. I think this is a personal possession of when he was in the Navy, when he was commander in the Navy. So, it would explain why the watch is patinaed. It has that sort of more vintagey look, aluminium bezel, and it would have a military marking and stuff like that, because you're not really going to give the game away. You can't really pretend you're not a spy, you're not part of the military when you're captured in your uniform on a submarine, for example. So I think that this was his personal possession from his prior career as a Navy commander. So that's why I made peace with that quite a while, and it sort of makes sense if you think of the movie. It's sort of cyclical. It's like it's the end of his career as an agent, and he does mention in the movie it's a commander bond. By the way, I'm pretty sure you don't have that. He says that to the new it says it to the new 007 agent. And so I think it's just a nod to his past that this was his personal possession. It wasn't a gadget watch either. That came in the last third or quarter of the movie, when Q said, "Here's a gadgetized version of your watch." Now, talking about plot holes, I don't understand why Q did that, because if it's a gadget, who's going to know? Who's going to think that guy, James Bond, at that stage was now in full-on action hero mode. He wasn't being a spy; he was infiltrating a base and killing people. So the broad arrow on the watch wasn't a giveaway. It was him riddling bullets in lots of enemies that would have given away who he was. So okay, it's artistic license. They wanted to keep with the same watch theme throughout. But I think that would explain why the watch has that marking there. So I think a lot of reviewers have been a bit unkind, shall we say, about this. And I used to think that as well. But having reflected on it for quite a while, I think that actually makes more sense. So it doesn't. I wish they would have explained it somehow. But I think, how do you explain it? Part of the narrative, it's a little bit difficult. And then, can you sell this as a 007 watch when it's not actually a 007 watch? It's a Navy commander watch. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. So, yeah, I just thought and also it would explain why it's sort of the hue and the patina of it. It's sort of more vintage looking than a traditional Seamaster. So that's my thought on that. Gatsby's making a lot of good points today, actually. He normally does. The fact that Bond was a commander speaks to his experience and career accomplishments before being recruited by MI5. It establishes his credentials. Mm-hmm. And Mario is saying Lotus Emira. Much as I would love to see James Bond back in a Lotus, I don't think it's going to happen. No, the question is Lotus going to still be around by the time the next James Bond movie is going to be made?
It's got to be Aston Martin. Has to be Aston Martin. Especially the new releases they've come up with recently too. I mean, he can pick any of them. You can drive the Vantage. You can drive the DB12. The Vanquish is a bit big. But the Valhalla is really a flashy car. I mean, if he wants It's got to be, yeah, it's got to be Aston. It's very British, Aston Martin too.
Yeah. No, I think that is it. Well, you could say that about Lotus as well, but I just don't think they have.
They don't have a very good representation anymore, like they used to back in the late 90s with the Esprit and the, was it the Esprit and the other, what was the other one? The other two, the other one they had.
In the 90s,
Yeah,
the
the
Elites.
Elite, Esprit and the Elite, yeah.
Yeah, but that's way too small a car for for James Bond. It's like tiny. So it's a go-kart on wheels, that car. I can't even fit in mine anymore. So
Are you guys still discussing cars? I was out for a while. I apologize.
that's all right. Don't walk into the light, Daniel.
Yeah, but I'll just throw this in: the Aston Martin for James Bond, or that's old.
What about the Aston Martin, Daniel?
James in the new James Bond, Aston Martin.
What about
That's
it?
That's what he drives.
That would be his car. That would be his car, maybe. An Aston Martin.
I think it would be still, yeah.
With some toys, Kojak, of course, toys.
You what, like a doll in the back seat?
Not exactly, but unless it was one of those dolls, you know, that you prick it and then.
Would it have a refrigerator in it with some tiramisu? Would it have a built-in refrigerator with tiramisu on tap? You know, like there.
Why not? But it can also have a spray gun on there.
Did you see Daniel that Tim had he had the tiramisu at Luciano's?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
And he broke, when you put the spoon in the middle of it, it actually broke the biscuit that contained the coffee in it, and it sort of then pulled out of the biscuit.
Yes, that was cool.
Okay.
Very inventive.
Is that the one where they had 3 of them lined up when they were with Oshin?
No, that was
the one in Rome. In Rome.
In Rome.
Because that was in Venice, yeah.
Yeah,
that was in Venice.
That looked actually delicious. Was it?
Looked delicious, yeah.
I didn't have any of it. I didn't. I had I think the best dessert was the one that Malfred had, which is the panna cotta. The combination of that with the sweet wine. I don't know how you guys feel about Rome, but I just found it overwhelmingly too touristy.
Where, Rome?
Rome?
Yeah, Rome.
Oh God, yeah.
Everywhere you go is touristy. Venice is the worst. Venice is the worst. I'm not being racist or anything, but Chinese were like when I went to Venice. This was in 2016, though. I mean, there was a Chinese everywhere. I mean, just unbelievable how many Chinese. All the gondolas was filled with Chinese. It was unbelievable. And this was like late March. It wasn't even peak season.
Yeah. Well, I've only been to Venice once, and it was a fantastic experience. It was like out of season. It was before, I think it was before Christmas and after this high season, so it was quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really nice just walking around and not being one of millions, so to speak. And I just felt in Rome, it just felt like you're just one of millions. And the plethora of restaurants that had average food, or bars that had average drinks, or gelato that was just average.
Yeah.
Everyone was going for all the roommate insisted we go to this gelato place called Old Bridge, which is near the Vatican, which is fine. It's won an awards and whatever, it is what it is. We queued up for half an hour almost. And it was so funny that as soon as they got in, they got their tub of gelato, they started doing selfies. Now, they only did selfies of when they got the ice cream. They didn't do selfie of them in the fucking queue for half an hour, did they?
Right.
So it was just like, it felt like it was like an accomplishment that they'd achieved. I've got my Pokemon. I've got to catch them all, and I've got my gelato. Like, aren't I brilliant? Because I got gelato. It was a bit of a, it was weird, and I'm not that well traveled, or I don't like going places where everybody likes to go. But then that's the very, you go when you observe something as a tourist, you're changing the very nature of what you're seeing. But we were walking down the streets, walking past every single bar. We were being beckoned in by the waiters there, just like going, oh, Jesus.
You know what? That's why I didn't want to go outside of the lineup. There was a lineup there in Paris at the big museum. What's it called there, Manny, again? The museum in Paris.
Which museum? The Louvre?
The Louvre.
Louvre.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So the lineup was too big anyways. And I thought, if there's any way I could just drop Tim like a whatever and just go to Louvre. No, but the lineup was too long. But if I went in, I've been there years ago, and the Mona Lisa, it's horrible to watch. Just a crowd of young people doing selfies in front of the Mona Lisa. Same thing with what Kojak's talking about. I hate that kind of stuff.
You know what? I wish they would take people's phones away, because all these damn TikTokers are just so annoying, and they're just they ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I luckily back then I didn't have an issue with that, but I've seen it. It's just getting worse and worse. It's just getting worse and worse.
And
Mario is suggesting maybe a Dirty Dozen watch should be worn. Sorry, I just got to get to a super chat, Daniel.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah.
Resume the conversation. So Gatsby, another $10 Canadian dollars. While any British luxury car would be an appropriate choice for Bond, I'm still hoping for the DB5.
Yes.
I mean, it's going to have to make an appearance somehow. By the way, Goldfinger gave us that, and the Rolex Pepsi, like my clever watch Segway. Yeah, genius. Unfortunately, Stephen is not here because he was wearing not the Pepsi, but the GMT Master 2, the watch worn by Pussy Galore. Thank you very much for that super chat, Gatsby. I really appreciate it. Well, I'm sure Tim will really appreciate it when he comes back. So coming back to your point, Daniel, about sort of, I mean, like, what is, I hate going to places where it's just overrun with tourists, because I just feel like I feel like a bit of voyeur. I'd like to, that's why I quite like going with Malfred to Rome, because he speaks a bit of Italian. We can just sit and watch the world roll by and not feel that we have to go and see everything and be part of the millions of people. And give me your money, go through that building, come out the other side in 10 minutes. Now fuck off.
That's
and
right.
Let the next person.
And you could have Malfred, or you could have gone with me, and I'm fluent with gibberish, so.
I'm trying to think of. That's very sweet of you to offer, Daniel. Thank you very much. I will take that into consideration.
Just leave it at that.
Yeah. I feel like I would end up becoming a diabetic, because we wouldn't be able to walk past a single gelato or cake place, because you'd have to stop.
The pastries are amazing, though. Especially.
Well, yeah.
So how long were you in Venice, Alex?
Back in the day, I think it was a week or something.
Oh, you have a week? That's a long time. Shit.
It's a long time in Venice.
I was there 4 days. To be honest with you, the fourth day I got bored. I got bored with Venice. I mean, it's a beautiful. I mean, it's gorgeous. I mean, nothing like it. It's incredible. But there's not really a lot to do there. There's not hardly any museums. I mean, you go to the Doge Palace. There's St. Mark's, and there's St. Mark's Square, and this is not. But overall, I mean, that's why I love Florence. And Rome I enjoyed Rome, because there's so much to see in Rome. There's a lot of different places to go visit.
But you forgot, Mike. There's some really wonderful talent in Venice, like the pickpocketers are next to none.
Pickpocket.
Luckily, I didn't have any issues with that guy.
Right, okay.
But actually, in Florence, the taxi that picked us up, there was supposedly the guy and his sister was driving us, and picked us up from the railway. What's the name? Station.
Oh yeah,
And,
the main station. Yeah.
because we took the train from was it train?
Yeah, from
Yeah,
Florence.
from Rome to Florence. Yeah, Rome. It was a train. Yeah. It was definitely a train from Florence to
Yeah.
Venice. So anyway, but when we got to Florence, they were trying to rip us off, and the sister was trying to rip me off because she knew I was, wasn't, of course, I was a
Yeah.
foreigner, tourist. So she was trying to get me for the exchange of the currency to give me back my money. But otherwise, overall, it was a pretty good experience throughout the trip.
Yeah.
Talking about pickpockets, that's the only place that I actually saw that. Friend couple of ours, there was a lady with little kids that approached the guy, and they were, Mister, and patting him, feeling him, trying to take stuff out of his pockets.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they're little kids. You know what I mean? You're not going to punch a little kid.
Yeah.
So, but it was very, very awkward.
There was a lot. When I was in Rome, I saw there was a lot of these characters trying to sell trash, garbage stuff. Really,
Yeah.
especially it seemed to be from Africa, the African region. I noticed there's quite a lot of that hanging around, trying to push stuff on you, trying to sell you, being a tourist.
Well, what I saw in Rome was people trying to push tickets to go on buses.
Mm.
So, like you do see in major cities, it's all a scam anyway. It's all bullshit. And there are buses there, but they are just really extortionately priced. There were a lot of scam artists there, sort of playing the sort of, find the pea in the cup. Like those sort of games.
Right.
Yeah, they're just hustles and stuff like that. Oh, we have a winner, and suddenly everyone turns and they all start queuing up to spend their money on it. And also some street artists that were using acrylic paints to create sort of scenes of outer world sort of scenes. It's a bit of a trend on YouTube. You see these creators. So it's a bit of theatre, and you also get something out of it. But those things, and USB chargers, USB power banks. People were just hawking those things like there were no tomorrow, and they probably just had very little charge in them or a tiny little battery. They looked substantial, but the amount of people that kept on coming up to me and asking me if I wanted to buy a USB power bank, I've never seen that before. It was bizarre. But I guess everyone is glued to their phones nowadays, so they'll need, they need power.
Right.
When you guys were in Paris,
Uh-huh.
I bet you there was a lot of, especially around the Eiffel Tower, there was a lot of people trying to sell junk to you, right?
Yeah. Plastic
Eiffel Towers
Yeah,
and all
plastic
that.
Eiffel towers that were lit up. They were lit up.
Now, the good thing is they didn't hassle us, right? They
don't
basically
hassle
minded
you,
their own
no.
business, but yeah, they were everywhere.
Yeah, right.
Did you also get the people getting you to sign up for charity donations?
That's a
Not in
scam.
Paris,
That's a scam.
Big scam in Paris in the queues. There were gangs. They're not Parisians.
Right.
Let me put it that way. They're from Eastern Europe.
Gypsies.
Gypsies. Well, other parts of Eastern Europe as well, and they just try to pretend to be a charity and get as much money out of you as you possibly can. It's quite when you see it, it makes me want to vomit.
Yeah.
Just to see that people want to take advantage of people coming there and
Trying to have a good time.
Yeah, they take advantage.
Well, yeah.
Of cats. They take advantage of cats all the
Well,
time.
you're a target.
I was a real target. I was in Rome, massive humanity at the train station. I was discombobulated because I didn't have Kojak to direct me the way, and I was trying to make use of those machines in Italian, which is straightforward. They had English there too, but I kept screwing up. So some guy says, "Come here." I said, "No, I'm okay." "No, come here. I got you the ticket. I got you the thing." He was very aggressive, and I felt some. Well, you don't work here. I said, no, I do work here. And he was just and I just in that mood. I let him help me pick the thing on the machine to go to Lecce, but it was the wrong day anyways. I got it wrong.
Jesus Christ.
And then he says, now there is a fee. After I did it, it's like €5, 20. No, it was and I just wanted to get rid of him. And I had a 20. I'm stupid. I gave him a 20, and he says, "Look, I got a family, and or I won't say how much more. Just to F off. It was one of those situations to say it's a write off. It's like a speeding ticket. Just want to get rid of him."
What?
And
no, this is what you do.
Yeah,
You just do that.
yeah.
You go vacon culo. You go, yeah. Go fuck yourself in the ass.
Yeah.
That's it. That's Italian for. That's the only Italian I know.
I think that's what I'll have
Buongiorno and vacon culo.
to do.
Vaffanculo. Vaffanculo.
Putana.
Man,
Manny, we got to watch out for cabs at the airport in Dubai. I was
In
reading.
Dubai, really?
Yeah, some of them don't have a meters. You got to be careful of them. And they got some scams going on there. I was reading today.
Really?
So we got to be careful a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's just, but then, yeah, I mean, like any country you go to, you can always tell the level of scamminess about how structured their pricing strategies are, because you come out of Athens, they say in big bold bollards, they say maximum charge you will get to center of Athens, Syntagma Square, is X amount. Let's say €50. The same thing with the cabs in Rome. It said like from the airport to the center within a certain region is that. If you want to stop short of the center, then they can charge you whatever they bloody like, because it doesn't cover that. So sometimes it's worth just going into the center to avoid getting charged by the mile, so to speak. But yeah, you get all. I remember when I was a kid, I got into a cab in Greece, and they asked me where I was going, and I spoke to them in English because my cousin said, just speak to them in English, have a little bit of fun. I was a teenager or something like that. And I could hear the guy sort of speaking on the radio. Yeah, I've got this wanker next to me. I'm going to fleece him for everything he's got. I put it on the most expensive tariff. And I knew where we were going, and I knew the area. So why he was driving me in roundabout circles as to where to go.
Right.
And he even stopped off to pick up a friend of his. It was like fucking ridiculous. And then we stopped, and I said, like, oh, how much is it? And he told me some extortionate amount. I said, like, and then I said to him in Greek, I said, like, so how much is it really then? And then he sort of like, he looked ashen faced.
Yeah.
Because I said, that's right. I am fucking Greek, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I've got your badge number. So tell me again how much I owe you.
You said that.
And it was like,
yeah, you said in Greek.
In Greek, yeah. Oh, me being an arsehole was not. It didn't come to me lately. I was always born to. I was quite precocious at a young age. So it's just like. But look
So how much less was it? Wait a minute. How much less was it though?
It was about 4 times. They were trying to charge me 4 times as much as it should have been.
Okay.
Because he added, like, I had luggage when I didn't. He added it was like, like a certain time when it wasn't, and he would taking the long way around. Right. And I just said to him, well, why is it that every time I've done this journey, it's always less than this? And in Greek. So I'm asking you again, how much is it? Yeah. And he still maintained the price. Yeah. But he was white, ashen face. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll pay you what I think I owe you. And if you've got a problem, you can come. This is where I live. You can come and have a chat with me. You can have a chat with my dad. He just said, "Get the fuck out of my cab." So like, whatever.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
But be careful, guys, when you ever meet me, because if you enter my car, you need to make sure that of the charges, the minimum charges that I charge for driving, I charge by the second.
That's right. And you will get an invoice later.
Oh dear, guys. Anyway, listen, we've been
Question
going
for you
on for
guys.
about.
Question
Yeah.
for you guys. So we have a James Bond theme. Have any of you guys been to James Bond Island?
It sounds like a jail.
No.
Why do I not? It's a very beautiful, and I'm trying to think who's the current owner of it. Oh,
Do you know which part of the world is that? James Bond Island.
I'm drawing a blank on it now, Mike. I used to know this. I'll tell you what. Why don't I read out this this super chat from Black Canary? 100 Australian dollars.
Who's Black
Missed
Canary?
you lot from the group, especially your salmon dishes, Coach. Taking a break from WhatsApp, too many notifications. Hope you've all been keeping well. Regards. Oh, it's ER. Hi, ER.
Yeah.
Welcome. We
Here's
missed you
ER.
too.
Nice to see you.
No salmon today because there is no Timmy to take the salmon piss out of. But I just want to say to ER that I have the bottle of Strega here, liqueur Strega, that she recommended. And I haven't opened it yet because I've been busy with other stuff. But it is on my list of things to do to experiment with this. I do have a few other type of drinks like this. I have liquor 43, and I also have yellow chartreuse, which I think are sort of in the same sort of family, possibly. So I'm going to try and create some show around this particular drink as well as the other ones I talked about. So I'm looking forward to trying that. But so thank you very much, ER, for the recommendation. Really appreciate it, and thank you so much for your contribution. It's been we haven't really seen you that recently, so it was really good to see that you're doing well. And I'm sorry I didn't have a salmon dish for you tonight. If it's any consolation, it was going to be something a little bit special, but I'll save that for another time, another show when we get the our erstwhile leader back. She says, you got the Strega, nice. And I hope you enjoy it too. So thank you so much, ER, for let me just keep it up there for a little bit of a while, because that is the show is sponsored by ER, I suppose, by the virtue of that. There's a red super chat. That's a thing, I think. But I hope she's doing well. I hope you're doing well, ER. And it's lovely to hear from you. And we always appreciate you dropping in and saying hello. Right. So I'm saying I probably need to go on. Let's go on. It's coming up to 3.25 hours. I think we'll go on for another few minutes. If anybody has any suggestions to any, we've sort of talked about the actors. We've talked about maybe the era. Gatsby suggested it could be set back in a bygone era where it was non-tech heavy, which was an option. We talked about possible watches and even talked about possible cars. What about leading ladies? What about Bond girls? Manny, this is your specialist subject. So let's assume that Daniela Katz is not available. So like the femme fatale that is Daniela Katz.
Yeah, she smokes.
Who do you think would make a good Bond girl now? I suppose anything is possible, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Would it be somebody that...
It's got to be someone who's hot right now. Has to be, of course, the one and only. I know I'm bored with her, but she's got now such a lot of attention recently. Sydney Sweeney. She's got a good body. She's attractive, and she could be a Bond girl.
She's got the dry wit too. No, she's got the dry wit. Sweeney.
I don't know her personally.
I saw her in the commercial, and there's a lot of sarcasm in the commercial about the jeans. There's a little bit of, the rolling of, not quite rolling the eyes, but she's just playing up to what she has to do, and I kind of like the way she did it. It's satisfying whoever was hired to do it, but
I didn't really clock her eyes because that wasn't the part I was focusing on.
You don't think she could be a good James Bond girl? I mean, I'm sick of her, to be honest with you. But I gotta give it to her.
No. She's a good. No. I'm not saying she's not beautiful or anything like that. I'm just thinking, what would who have been the standout Bond girls in the past? I think we talked about this maybe a couple of weeks ago, but because Ray was asking us, or somebody was asking us, but who have been some of the standout girls in the past? And I'm struggling to see how Sydney Sweeney would fit it. She feels a little bit too immature to play that sort of role. We've sort of had it in one of the Roger Moore movies, For Your Eyes Only, where the skater had a thing for Roger Moore, and he was about 4 times her age. But not that I don't think they were a love interest in the end. But it was weird, and she's now 30ish, isn't she? She's not.
She's 30 now.
Is she 30?
No, I'm asking. No, actually, she's 28. She was
28.
born. She was born September 12th, 1997.
Oh, she's September 12th?
Yes.
I'm September 11th, so she's a Virgo like me.
Are you?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Virgo.
Okay, so we got Sydney Sweeney. We got Sydney Sweeney on.
If I could go back in time a little bit, you know who I would say?
Okay.
I liked. You know what? I liked. What's her name? De Armas. I forgot her first name. As Anna.
Anna de Armas.
I liked her. She was
Anna de Armas.
Yeah.
Well, she was in a Bond movie.
She was already though in the movie. Yeah. But she wasn't. She wasn't like a main female character.
No.
Correct. She wasn't a main Bond girl, but yeah, she was in there. No, I like Anna a lot. She's by the way, too.
Pretty girl.
Yeah.
So Manny, you were going to say so you're about to say who if you could go
back in time a little bit. Jennifer Connelly comes to mind.
Oh yeah, she was pretty.
Jennifer Connelly,
young age.
Yeah.
Good-looking girl back in her.
Are you thinking of what, Rocketeer era or?
Yes.
Sort of like that sort of era, yeah.
You don't have to go that far back. I mean, she's still even very attractive now, right? In the last Top Gun movie.
Yeah. Yes. But we're going. So yeah, I mean, like she could have. There haven't been that many American Bond girls. There was Halle Berry. There was a girl in Moonraker, and I suppose you could say.
What's her name too? Wasn't it the one that was married to Charlie Sheen? I'm trying to remember her name.
Yeah, Denise Richards.
Yes, right. She was in it.
I think that they probably played the worst roles, Bond girl roles. I mean, Moonraker was a disaster of a movie. It was just all over the place. She was not. They had moxie, shall we say? Halle Berry was fantastic. I thought she was cool. She played it really nicely. But I think, like Dr. Crispus being played, like she's a nuclear scientist, played by Denise Richards, is stretching the incredulity to an absolute obscene level. So So I don't know who, without sounding like a lech. So we need someone like Tim G to tell us.
Yeah, he's the expert on lady.
He's the sexpert.
Lady
He's
killer.
the resident
Yeah.
sexpert. This lady.
I mean,
But,
the last Bond girl was pretty attractive, right? The one in No Time to Die, the blonde.
Yeah, she was pretty nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she wasn't sexy, really sexy.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
follow my trail of thought here, which is very
Yeah.
difficult, I know, but please.
Yeah.
Think of the movie Bugsy, Warren Beatty and Annette Bening back in the day.
Hmm.
A young version, now Annette Bening playing that woman, Virginia Hill, was savvy, sharp ass, everything, good looking. She had all of it. If they can find something like that to be a Bond woman, that would be great. Now, Halle Berry is close too.
Oh yeah.
So, but Annette Bening was like Halle Berry, Annette Bening, like someone like Annette Bening too. It's like that would be great for the next Bond, I think.
Oh, Tanya Roberts. Yeah, she was in Diamonds Are Forever, wasn't she? Again, it was like didn't quite. I'm not sure. It was really Halle Berry that played that role to perfection because she had that independent spirit.
Hmm.
Whereas all the other ones they had.
I got a question.
They all became besotted by James Bond. It seemed weird.
Yeah, I have one.
I got a question.
Oh.
I got a question for Gatsby because Gatsby's given us a lot of information.
Yeah, it's good points. Yeah,
he's not knowledgeable. Come on, Gatsby. Don't look it up now, Gatsby. Where is James Bond Island? And the movie that they made on James Bond Island.
So there is such a thing?
Oh yeah, I've been on James Bond Island.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Could Gatsby be Ian Fleming that came back to life?
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Come on, Gatsby. Don't look it up now.
Oh no, I beg your pardon. Tanya Roberts was in The View to a Kill.
Okay.
I don't remember. Don't remember her. Yeah.
What about she's in another series?
Oh no.
She's in the Mission Impossible series. Rebecca Ferguson.
Rebecca Ferguson.
Yes.
I'm besotted with her. I've just watched all the Mission Impossible movies back to back.
Yes.
And it's that.
It's the one with the BMW. She rides the BMW and the leathers.
Yeah, but it's also when they're gone to the opera, and she's there, sort of like she's wearing this flowing dress,
beautiful dress, yes,
completely impractical, but she's just like poses with the sniper rifle, and she just has a presence about her, a stillness about her. And she's great, and she plays the Timothy Chalamet's mother in the June movies, and also she's got a TV series called Silo. They've done 2 seasons of it. She's a really good actress.
She is
a really good actor.
So I think she would do well.
Yeah. She is. She's got a I don't give a fuck attitude. I love, she's quite amazing, quite an amazing actress, and she works so well in those Mission Impossible movies. That was really good. I suppose Mission Impossible has become the sort of more modern version of James Bond, isn't it? Really, sort of the set pieces and all that sort of stuff. So like, they're all trying to make the next James Bond franchise. So we got Bourne Identity, the Bourne Ultimatum, all those trilogies, and you've got the Mission Impossible movies, which are probably more James Bond than James Bond currently is. Okay. Gatsby is saying, okay, he cheated. He looked it up. James Bond Island is its unofficial name. Great. Is that the Epstein? Is that the Epstein Island?
It's in Phuket. It's just outside of Phuket in South
South Thailand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well,
It's-
that's money.
and the movie was The Man with the Golden Gun.
I was going to say that, you know, where Scaramanga was, the man with the golden gun. But
Is
so that's actually known as Bond Island.
Is the
Oh,
island.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful area actually of the south part of Phuket.
Yeah.
A lot of beaches
Yeah.
down there. A lot of little archipelago in that region.
Mm.
So
So
originally, Ian Fleming wrote the. Isn't Christopher?
Didn't you write some
Isn't
of
he actually related to Ian Fleming, or it was written for James Bond? He was written as James Bond. They had him in mind as James Bond. Something. Is he related, or he had? He was the step cousin of Ian Fleming. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was related to Ian Fleming, and I think he might have been considered at once to be a good choice to play Bond.
where is that, Mike? Is that in Phuket Island?
Yeah, it's an archipelago. There's so many little islands
Yes.
that is just outside of Phuket, and Phuket is beautiful too.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a really pretty part of Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where they did that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. The
Yeah,
beach.
yeah, the
The beach.
island, the island with DiCaprio.
Oh,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
It's filmed in
yeah.
Thailand too.
That was
Yeah.
that. Who was that actor, the female actor that was the fanatic of the cult or whatever in that? Because that turns out, it was about a cult, really. You think
Yes,
it's a beautiful
on
place.
the island. Yeah.
And what was her name? She's a great actor. And DiCaprio, I guess, rebels against her eventually, or something. Or I didn't see the story. I saw just the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the tube somewhere, and he takes on her, and she's a fantastic. Okay, I'll look up the cast. Fantasy Island, right?
The name of the movie?
Yeah, I think it was Fantasy
It's
Island.
called The Beach.
Oh, the beach, right? Thanks, man.
Yeah, The Beach with Leonardo DiCaprio.
DiCaprio.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna look at the cast. She is a great actor. Wow.
Who? DiCaprio?
No, the one who plays the bad person, the fanatic, Tilda Swinton. Tilda Swinton, British actor, actually.
Yeah.
I think. She's not gorgeous, like in a stereotypical way, but a great actor.
Yeah.
That didn't sound convincing.
She has a striking look, and she played Archangel Gabriel in Constantinople, and she played the Sorcerer Supreme in Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
And also, was it about? We need to talk about Kevin. There was a movie about some kid. I think she was involved in that. She's been in some really weird art house
films.
movies.
Yeah. Art house.
Yeah.
Thanks.
She is quite striking.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put her as a Bond girl.
No,
I
that's
wouldn't.
not what I meant. I was
No.
up the beach.
No.
No, she can play
Right.
a bad person in the Bond movie, but not the Bond.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And Matt,
Yeah.
you know what? Why not have a woman as a villain in a Bond movie? So,
Well, we've had them before.
you know,
Sophie Marceau in
nothing against you, Tilda. I'm just saying. If Tilda Swinton is listening.
that's right, because she is.
Okay.
Oh dear God. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's weird. There's some real clunk. Oh, Terry Hatcher as well was also a Bond girl. They've not been good. They've not really been good in these movies. Terry Hatcher was hot at the time because of. Was it because of Lewis and Superman? She was in that TV series, or was it? Yeah, I think it was off the back of that.
I'm just,
Terry Hatcher. Yeah, she was quite a book. She's quite a buxom lady.
like Andres could act, but were there a lot of the Bond girls that just came out of modeling and they just got the role because their looks? I can't remember. The Bond.
Well, Honor Blackman was an actress, was a proper actress. She was established.
Yeah.
And I was just saying, she's the only female who was older than James Bond. You know, the person playing James Bond.
Yeah.
That's the only time that's happened, I think.
And Halle Berry.
Desperate Housewives.
And Halle Berry won an Academy Award either just before or after the Bond film for best. I think in some film, Halle Berry.
Monster, was it?
That's right. That's what's it. Yeah.
And then she got her tits out for the film Swordfish.
A what? For Swordfish?
She got her bosoms out for the movie Swordfish.
She exposed herself in Swordfish.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's this?
Halle Berry.
Halle Berry.
Oh yeah.
Halle Berry.
Yes, and if you were to believe, she was giving Hugh Jackman a blowjob while he was trying to break some code with a gun held to his head. That's agile programming.
Yeah.
That's
right.
how I work. That's how I do my programming.
Oh.
That's right.
Alex, you know who I really like as an English female actress?
Who's that?
Is Gemma Arterton. You familiar with her?
Yeah, well, she was a Bond girl in
Was she?
Quantum of Solace. Yeah, Quantum of Solace.
Oh, she
So
was.
they reenacted the girl dipped in gold, but this time she was dipped in oil.
Which movie she was in?
Quantum
Quantum of
Solace.
Solace.
What's her name?
Solace.
Oh, Gemma
Arterton. Gemma Arterton.
Okay.
Arterton.
Was her name Strawberry Fields? I think I look. Gemma Arterton.
I don't remember her in that.
James Bond.
Yeah, she's 39 years old right now.
Yeah. She's not going to be for it again, but she was in her younger years. There's something about her. She's not like stunningly beautiful, but there's like how she carries herself and the way she all her movies, she's got her certain style.
Right.
So I was right. She portrayed Strawberry Fields in Quantum of Solace. Yeah. Yeah, she was a liaison with James Bond, and she was supposed to get him back on a plane or something like that, and she ended up sort of helping him. And for her troubles, she ended up being drowned to death in motor oil.
Mm.
Oh yeah, you're right. 2008. She worked alongside Daniel Craig. Quantum of Solace.
But it did recreate the sort of scene from Goldfinger where they found the woman dipped in gold, covered in gold, so she suffocated from gold. So this was just a reenactment of that with black gold rather than gold.
She's good. Actually, she's good. She is a good-looking girl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, she's very beautiful. She's a good actress. But like they have, they always pluck these girls out of obscurity. Sometimes they take to it, sometimes they don't. Rosamund Pike was quite good villain, or like a second to the main villain. That was an awful movie. The antagonist in that was so hammy, it was ridiculous.
How do we know the bad guy played by Matthew Elmore in Quantum Solace? What have us lay people known him for before?
Nothing outside of that. I wasn't familiar with him outside of that.
Okay.
That was a weird movie as well, with the Quantum of Solace, because it's actually it's not a very big book, Quantum of Solace. It's more like a sort of just a short story, but they managed to somehow stretch it out into a movie.
Yeah.
It just seemed a bit weird.
And car scenes. They only did the DVS in the beginning, where they ripped the door off. Remember? So they showed the
yes,
very little in that movie.
Well, it took up immediately after the end of Casino Royale, because he had got Mr. White in the boot, and he was trying to he was shot and then took with him. No, the actor you're talking about, Daniel, is mainly international actor in French
films or whatever.
Yeah. So probably, I think it was in Munich as well.
Oh, Munich. Okay.
So not a Grand Budapest Hotel. It was in that.
Oh, that's Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's how I know him. Yeah, that's.
But he's also recently in the Phoenician Scheme, which is another Anderson movie.
Once Wes Anderson likes you, you're part of this
you're in this
group of his that he reuses, including there's a bunch of them. Tom Hanks is in his little group too, has a small role. There's a few of them there. Big time actors, small time act, doesn't matter. If Wes Anderson thinks you fit, you're in. What's the name for a cast that plays again and again different stuff together? There's a name for that. A group, like a family, a community. I forget what you call them, but they act in the
troupe.
There's another word though. I'll look it up. But
okay, so Jerry Manley has joined us. He's saying that he was Matthew Broderick's stunt double in Inspector Gadget. I was joking. He's saying many other. So Gatsby has been a source of knowledge, of valuable knowledge today. Many of the latter movies, Quantum of Solace and Octopussy, to name two, were taken from short stories that had nothing to do with the plot of the movies. And I think Octopussy was an awful bloody movie as well. But Quantum of Solace, I think it showed it. It started off promisingly with the slight twist in the first act of the movie. But then after that, it was just very little to it. It was quite a simple story at the end of the day. What does Gatsby say? Quantum of Solace short story was simply about a tragedy that would have been avoided if a wife gave a suspicious husband a quantum of solace. Well, I'm sure the book is very good, but the movie was not very good.
That's from there.
I think also we were talking about watches, that James Bond could be wearing, and I surprised you guys with the idea that LVMH, which has more money than God, could come in and insist that he could wear a Zenith. But you know what a more day-to-day watch would be, and that would be an IWC. And I say that because George Farrakis is in the chat, and we all know how much he loves IWCs. Good evening, gentlemen. My top 3 Bond girls are: number 1, Ursula Andress in Doctor No, absolutely. Diana Rigg on Her Majesty's Secret Service. Yep, I don't agree. Eva Green in Casino Royale.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
I like Eva Green. Diana Rigg.
Eva Green, I like, yeah.
Diana Rigg was in the Avengers. I love that with Steve, I think. TV top notch.
Actually, she just recently made a movie not long ago.
Who, Eva Green?
The remake, Three Musketeers, but it's a French version.
Oh, really?
It's all French. Okay. Yeah. She looks really good in it, Eva Green.
Yeah.
By the way,
she's not afraid to take her clothes off either. That helps. Dino Rig and Teddy Savalas was what probably salvaged Her Majesty's Secret Service, because George Lazenby was shit.
you're being very subtle.
No, not at all. But no, good selection, good choices there, George. I feel like we know you a little bit more now.
Yeah, thank you, George. By the way, I just want to say, George, I'm very impressed with your San Francisco 49ers with the backup quarterback, who I thought was toast with New England, and he's come to the plate and really played well. The group, Kojak, the group I was referring to is Ensemble. That Wes Anderson has this ensemble now. Once he likes you, and I think Francis Ford Coppola used to do that too. He'd have the same actors for a whole different story sometimes if he got along with them.
Yeah, Christopher Nolan does that as well. You'll see a lot of the same actors appear in his movies. Once you have worked with some people, you like working with them again and again. I've upset Jerry. What? Octopussy is a perfect Bond film. It's not. Sorry, it has everything you should want in it. Well, if you mean hammy acting, and also a Bond girl that appeared twice in 2 different James Bond movies, playing different people. I think she was in another movie as well.
You notice that Jerry's got his left eyebrow lifted.
Gatsby is, again, dropping the knowledge, the Bond knowledge. The last few Bond movies, especially Skyfall, an antithesis to Fleming's vision of Bond. Bond had no past, no religion, no politics in Fleming's books. That was the point. He was an enigma. So, Gatsby, do you agree? Am I right that originally James Bond in the books was meant to be a little bit unsure of himself, but he created this persona, this facade of someone who was confident and just cold and calculating. It's been a long time since I've read the books, but I understood, that's what I understood them to be. So he just created this tough exterior of a person to hide the fact that he was scared shitless a lot of the time. I could be mistaken. Maybe I'm confusing my antagonist even. These are blood instruments.
Okay, so
I think I'm gonna have to reread the books. I think it's been such a long time. So, talking about a couple of decades ago, can't remember them.
But there is almost a mantra or an MO that a director in filmmaking has freedom to change the script from the book to make it work, or from the screenwriter. Even the screenwriter who got approval by the producer to do the screenplay. When the director takes over, he can have free will with moving it around to make it work, and the screenwriter accept that usually. In an actually true movie based on a true story, documentary, it was a docudrama. That guy that worked with Matt Damon in a movie. Like Matt Damon was a talented mathematician that worked as a janitor with in a movie, and he eventually showed that he outsmarted everybody. I forgot his name, but Goodwill Hunting.
Goodwill Hunting.
What was the other actor with? I'm doing it a long way here. What was the actor that worked with Matt Damon in Goodwill Hunting?
And Goodwill Hunting.
Ben Affleck.
Oh, sorry, I'm doing it so long. Could have looked it up. Ben Affleck produced this docudrama about a bunch of American people in the embassy had to get out when the Iranian was about to be taken over by Khomeini, and they had to
August.
What? Yeah, I think that's what is it. They changed the script around from the true story a whole lot because he said he wanted to maintain the spirit of the story, but it wasn't going to work with the exact thing where the embassy, the guy who was the ambassador, was more of the hero. They made it someone else that was in the story. So yeah, it's even in a true docudrama, the script's going to change. Do I like that? No, but that's what film directors do and producers do.
You mentioned Good Will Hunting. Well, the actress that was in it was Minnie Driver.
Right.
And Jerry is reminding us that she was also in Goldeneye. Now, do you remember what role she played in Goldeneye?
Don't remember.
I don't remember.
She was James Bond meets up with an old former KGB count nemesis, shall we say, played by Robbie Coltrane, and he's running this bar, and there's a woman on stage singing "Stand by Your Man" in a very bad way. So she was Russian and stuff like that, but she's obviously English. But she was singing in a Russian sort of way with cowboy, but really looked really badly. And that was played by Minnie Driver. Stand by my man. It was really bad. And then yes, as Jerry says, Maria, take a hike, and then she goes like this
Yeah,
to Robbie Coltrane. That's
I remember that.
Oh dear God.
Thanks, Jerry.
Gatsby is saying Bond did make mistakes and did get frightened and apprehensive in the books. He questioned himself, felt pain, and sometimes relied on drugs. Benzedrine continued. In what was to be the last book from Russia with Love, he screwed up and presumably got killed in the end. His Beretta jammed. You'll notice that in Dr. No, I think he is told off for having a Beretta because it keeps on jamming on him. It almost put him out of commission for several weeks. You need to use a Walter PPK. But yes, Fleming decided to bring him back and he got the PPK forced on him, which was also depicted in the movie. So they drew reference to the fact that he relied on his Beretta because it was too light and jammed too easily and caused him to be out of commission. But in the books, yeah, you're saying that supposedly he was presumably killed. And Jerry is just commenting on my beautiful swinging singing voice there. So thank you very much for that. Maria, take a hike.
Did Gatsby say that text that Ian Fleming was nervous at one point in writing some script or something?
No. The James Bond character was written as a person who was unsure of himself and nervous and stuff like that. So he turned to drink and drugs to sort of allow him to create this persona and to, he did a very good job of projecting confidence in what he did, but it was arrogance.
Yeah, because I would have been surprised if that's true, because about what I just said, because Ian Fleming, we all know, before he wrote all these James Bond books, that was the inspiration when he was working under the forces of Bill Stevenson in The Man Called Intrepid, and Invasion with the Allies on Nazi Germany at the end of the war. He was a key player with that, but for another day.
Yeah. So I think we have covered a few James Bond related topics. Location is something else. I'll be, they do great. Wherever they go, they do end up driving up a lot of tourism in those places. So I'm wondering, where do you think the next James Bond movie could be located? They obviously now they span multiple locations, but what do you think are some of the places that could be considered in the next James Bond movie?
One that comes to mind.
Yeah,
the watch will give it away. My watch.
Maldives. I think Jerry's made a very pertinent point with we were talking about heavy hitters in the sponsorship game. Saudi Arabia, with the way they're throwing money around, that could be
Dubai
or Dubai. Yeah, so they're sort of. I think Epstein Island. I think that would be the most obvious place. Release the files. We need to know what is going on. Gatsby. Yeah.
Alex, they had an actual miniseries I watched. It was called Fleming, the Man Who Would Be Bond. Did you ever see it?
No, not
It
seen
was
that.
with Dominic Cooper.
Okay. I'll have
So
to-
I don't know. I don't know if you. I'm sure they have it somewhere in England where you can watch that. It's called The Man.
I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I watched it. It's pretty good. I think it had 3 parts. It was.
Okay, I'll definitely give that a look. Just to return, Gatsby, you will be shocked when you read the volume of alcohol Bond supposedly drank. He would routinely order an entire bottle of vodka to accompany his wedge salad and beef medallions. Gatsby, there's a whole paper written on how much alcohol he drank in the books, and yes, to say he was a prolific drinker, it was, is no lie, it's no understatement. And there's actually something that's gone on and actually counted how many different types he drank throughout the books. And when I started off the stream by saying the vodka martini was not the drink he would normally choose, it would be whiskey and soda, or be a Tom Collins or something like that. That was his favorite. That was the drink that he drank the most. And I think I talked about this one other time. He's also talking about Amazon's influence. Amazon Bond will be a 25-year-old Gen Z kid wearing an Android watch and driving a Kia Sorento. It was fun while it lasted. We've already had a little bit of insight into Amazon Bond because they did that quiz show called 007 Road to, I don't know, Nowhere or something like that. And it was the host on it was a very good actor, Brian Cox. And he thought it was actually for a legitimate James Bond series or movie. He thought it was, he didn't know that it was a quiz show of some competition. So we've already seen them trying to monetize James Bond in the way that they have. Yeah. So I think 4 hours and 15, guys. I think it's about time. Maybe we get to a close. I just want to say thank you guys so much for jumping on. It's been a bit. I think we needed this because Tim's been away on holiday, and we don't begrudge him taking time off to spend with roommates, and but we missed the streams and stuff like that. And the Sundays is always good to meet up as well, to catch up, and we managed to find an alternative topic of conversation today.
And I want to thank all three of you for allowing me to offer my disinformation.
Mm-hmm. What Daniel doesn't know is he's been muted all this time, so no one can hear what he's saying. And I also wanted to thank you, viewers, for joining us today and also taking part in the chat. Thank you for your thumbs up. Thank you for your super chats as well. That's very generous of you. And hopefully Tim will be back sooner rather than later.
And I'm closing the
if anything, closing the cupboard. Yes, let's close the door on the show.
Yes.
If anyone wants to stick around afterwards, that's okay. Maybe for a few minutes, we'll just say our goodbyes. But in the meantime, everybody, take care. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Gatsby, as well, for interacting with us in the chat. It's been great to trade and correct trade Bond facts. Truly a gentleman
Thank you,
of the highest order. Thank you, Gatsby, and thank you, Jerry, and thanks everybody as well who contributed.
Everybody,
and ER, thanks to ER too,
and ER as well, and all those. So hopefully normal service will resume next week. Next week it is Pinot Noir. Choose your Pinot Noir of choice, but Mike is concentrating on Oregon Pinot Noir.
Willamette
Valley. But you can obviously, if you can't get your hands on that, you want Californian, by all means do that. If you want French, also do that. If you want to get a bottle of vinegar, Daniel, do that as well. That's okay. But as always, we appreciate everyone's interaction. It's always great to catch up with you guys. Always great to interact with the chat. And everybody, have a great week. And no tune. We're just close to fade. So on that note, end stream.
Right.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.